Yeah, what's going on, guys? Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you can hear me all good. How are we doing out there? We all good? Hello, hello, hello. Guys, if you are watching on YouTube, be sure to drop a like on the stream. It helps out massively. Takes 2 seconds. I was just about to say if you're watching on the short stream, but we're not live on the short stream today. Just live on YouTube as normal. New videos also gone up, guys. There's a link in the chat pinned in both YouTube and Twitch. Go check it out. It's very much appreciated. A bit of a longer one. So whenever you want to, if you want to, check it out. If you don't, go drop a like or a dislike. It helps out a lot as well for the algorithm. It's very much appreciated. We're going to watch some videos again today, and then we're going to play some Tower of Fantasy, because I'm having fun with it. And we didn't play any over the weekend, or Friday, actually. I got wrapped up in just reacting to videos for like 4 hours. And didn't actually play any games, so yeah, I do apologise for that. I know some people were waiting for Tower of Fantasy after the fact, because I got some comments saying like, where's it at, bro? Where's it at? So, apologies. Okay. Yeah, shout out to everybody hanging out, guys. Want to say thank you to everybody who's been watching the videos over on YouTube as well. You guys are awesome. Really do appreciate the support. But yeah, check it out. It's pinned on YouTube and it's pinned on Twitch. I think I did pin it on YouTube, actually. It should be pinned. Yeah, it's pinned, it's pinned, it's pinned. So you can check it out. And did everybody have a good weekend then? There you go. Yo, what's going on, Clean? Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello, hello. Man, it's so warm in my office again. Probably doesn't help that I'm having a cup of tea as well. I know, I'm stupid. I've got the AC on, it's red hot, and I'm like, let's have a hot drink, right? Because that's going to keep me cool, isn't it? That's how the body works. Regulate our temperature with a hot drink. See, I got a few videos to watch, react to, and then we're going to play some Tower of Fantasy. I do want to try and double dip this evening, though, because I kind of want to play some New World as well, and I do need to start grinding some Wuthering Waves as well. We've got our side quests left to do, that's it, and then just to get through some content just to grind some asteroids, really, at the minute, because we don't have many for Gigi, and I do want to try and get her. Without spending. We want to try and go, you know, all the way without spending. We're probably going to have to with the Gigi, if I'm honest. Hope the stream's looking okay, though. It was looking and sounding alright. Give me a second here. Let me get that closed. Just check this for a second. Hold on. Let's get rid of that as well. Yeah, hopefully everybody's doing well today. Let me just do something a second here as well, chat. Alright, sweet. Break. Let's get rid of a bunch of these tabs. I've got so many tabs open, it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Ridiculous. I keep forgetting I haven't got to mess with my my vertical scenes because I'm not just doing the short stream. It's been so ingrained recently. I don't need to do that. I'll tell you what, should we take out the dock at the moment? It's better. It's a bit more space, yeah. Let me just double check if everything's all coming through okay. I think the audio's all good. Yeah. We're good. All right, fuck this off. Fuck this off. Let's bring chat over here. All right, let's check out some videos then, shall we? Check out some videos. All right, let's start off with this video from Gamba. He's only just put this video up, actually. So let's check it out right away. Shall we?
Yo, YouTube, what's going on, AJ?
Why not? YouTube listens to me. And he just uploaded it. Just saw it pop up. So, thought, you know what? Let's watch it then, shall we? Let's freaking watch it. Chat to everybody that hanging out though, guys. Appreciate ya. Welcome, 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 welcome. Let's get right into it. Another video from Gamba AJ. Makes great content. Really, really like his videos. Kuro did it. Amazing rewards. Wuthering Waves 1.2. Let's go, because I definitely need a lot of rewards for this update, because I'm broke on my account at the moment, and I really want to get Jeji, so let's go.
Yo, YouTube, what's going on? AJ
yo,
here,
yo,
back
yo.
at it again, and it's
Bring that
late
up a little
at
bit.
night, but Kuro Games decided to drop an update, and they're showing us the 1.2 official rewards we're going to be
Oh, okay. Are we going to get to see a little bit more about this event that we saw that seemed like it was kind of like, the only thing I could think that it was similar to in my head was the street vendor event that was in Honkai Star Rail on the Lofu, you know, when you like work to build up everybody's stalls and make it more of a like kind of festival little area or whatever it was. It seems like it might be something kind of like that. But it looks interesting, because what I've been wanting for a while from this game is more abstract events that take us away from the standard gameplay loop of combat, traversing the map, whatever it might be, going and mining bits and pieces, going into an instance, and it be something that's totally abstract and is like totally outside of the normal gameplay loop in this game, whether it's like some kind of tabletop thing, whether it's some sort of 2D tile-based system, side-scroller, whatever it might be, some sort of RTS element, I don't know, just something that's a little bit different that like gives some variety to the game and like pulls you out of the traditional loop of this game. I'd like something like that. Not that I've got anything against the traditional loop, but you know what I mean.
getting for the
It's a
event.
variety.
Yes, guys, this is going to be the total amount of astrite, as well as what rewards
Okay.
we're going to be getting,
All right.
as well as if we're going to get any like double materials or double events.
As much asteroid as possible, please. I need it.
As you can see, they're showing off right here by the moon's grace. We're going to scroll down real quick. As you can see, we have the moon chasing
Okay, so this is one. Preparation for the fair. Okay.
festival themed event. You can see the details right here. The event duration.
Okay, yeah, so you can be earned by building fair stalls. I wonder how we'll go about that then. I hope it is like, it's not just go here, can't fight this, and then you get something to use to build the stall. I hope it's something a little bit different within the event itself.
And obviously is the whole patch of 1.2, 928. The main amount of rewards we're going to get, guys, 1,200 total astrite.
Nice, okay.
Premium sealed tubes, premium resonance port.
I am glad we're getting premium sealed tubes, because that has become the most premium of premium mats now, in my opinion, is Echo mats. Plenty of tuners, plenty of other stuff as well, weapon stuff. I feel it resonator stuff as well feels a little bit more hard to come by, but it is definitely Echo mats. I want to do more rolls, which I've got plenty of mats to do rolls with the tuners, but it's just leveling up the echoes is the problem. A few bad rolls and you're out to mats again.
Tuners and shell credits. This is insane. Okay. Obviously you just got to be this requirement and complete, you know, just hit certain requirements and you can participate in this event. Converging paths, moon chasing festival participation event.
Okay, so participating by Moon's Grace event and prepare for the Moonlit Fair. Upon reaching the specific popularity, the 5-star resonator Jialing Yao can be claimed for free. So we have to like get the fair to a set level, which is fair enough. You know, you got to participate in the game. Another 5-star resonator for free. Can't moan at that, actually. I really do want to get Jeje though.
By participating in the Moon Grace, guys, obviously the Moonlit event, you can get your free resonator Zhang Liao. I
hope this event's good.
927-928.
I want something a little different.
Zhang Liao is going to be on the second half, guys, which is making me believe that he's going to be the second banner right now, and Jeji's probably going to be the...
Yeah, Jeji's going to be the first banner. If he's going to be in the second half of the update, it's pretty much says it right on the tin, doesn't it, that he's going to be the second banner, which means... What are we doing then? Are we just going to go straight in on the weapon? Is it a save for the next banner or potential copies? It depends on what his copies are like. I've got a feeling his first copy is going to be like really useful. That would make sense from a business standpoint if Kuro was like, right, people are getting him for free, but let's make his first copy like really, really powerful. So people want to pull for him potentially. I'm not too sure what I'm going to do just yet because I really want to get Gigi, but I do want to try and get to the point now where I want to start building up my account again in terms of being able to pull on some banners that I really want. I do want to get Gigi, but some of the upcoming characters look really good, and I don't know. Maybe it might be time to open the wallet, but I'm trying my best not to at the moment.
First banner.
It might be time.
Coming up.
It might be time.
It gives you time if you guys want to pull for Jay-Z or just want to save up enough pulls to get Shangri-La's weapon. You have the time. Then we have Gifts of Radiance, obviously. We have the official 5 standard pulls. We have the 5 limited pulls.
Okay, cool. I think I'm actually going to be saved on Shangri-La's weapon. I have been chipping away at it. I've got to about halfway through the pity now. And I'm kind of thinking I wish I hadn't have done it because I feel like I've kind of wasted because I'm probably not going to get it done now because I don't want to spend just to get the weapon. But it's like, I feel like I've wasted the pulls because I've got halfway there. And I'm probably not going to get there at the moment because I'm only just logging in for my dailies at the moment. And the update's coming very soon. So it's like, I feel like I've kind of wasted my pulls if I'm honest.
I don't know if they're going to show off another 10, you know, those 10 login rewards for the second half. But let's keep scrolling down, see what else we get. Depths of Elusive Realm. Obviously,
do you know what? I need to go in and do my Depths of Elusive Realm, actually. That's what we're going to do. If I do play Wuthering Waves tonight, we're going to jump in and we're going to clear Depths of Elusive Realm because I haven't really done much since the new update, actually. And it's a good way to get asteroids as well, and mats. And, you know, it's fun as well. I do like the Elusive Realm. So we need to clear that ready for the new update, actually.
We saw this before, but now we get to see the total asteroid amount.
Oh, yeah, we get the Phantom Echo of Dreamless as well, don't we?
Phantom Dreamless, our Echoes, our Premium, Sealed Tubes. I'm glad we're getting updates officially for Depths of Elusive Realm. I really like this permanent game mode now.
Yeah, I do. I really like this game mode. I think I want to see more done to this game mode because I think it is a really cool game mode. It is kind of similar to the simulated universe in a way, isn't it? And it's good to see more premium sealed tubes as much as possible. Give us some. Give us some.
Keep updating it every patch, which is really good to me. I have no problem.
Because like it is, sorry to keep pausing the video, but it is the one part of the game where it's almost endless in the amount of farming you could do for the Echoes, isn't it? Obviously, you've got a ceiling where your characters in leveling them up to a certain level. The weapon's the same thing. But where the Echoes, there's always a potential better roll, a potential better Echo drop that you can get for your Echoes, isn't it? So it's almost endless, the amount of premium sealed tubes you need. So the more, the better. It's good to see.
Hopefully they expand even more on it. I know they said they were working on that and just trying to improve it.
Hopefully this as well is solo as well. I know it's like been advertised as you can play it co-op, but I really hope you can play it solo as well. I'm looking forward to this.
Now we have this event, guys. This is the event I want to talk about.
We've kind of already had a little taste of the tower defense, haven't we? In some of the Elusive Realm stuff where there was like that gadget and they end up rushing it over and over again and you can use the spears. So it'll be interesting to see if they implement things like the spears into this mode that like kind of switches it up so it's not just you straight combat. Because it seems like it's kind of set in the Elusive Realm, so it'll be interesting to see what sort of mechanics are layered on top of the Resonator abilities and adjustments to the Resonator abilities and all that sort of stuff. And if there's other things like the spears and other weapons that are potentially be able to be used just in this mode, I hope they really work on that and like it's something that they continue to develop and add nuance to it throughout the updates that come forward.
A special simulation domain protect the devices from toxic discords until they attacks until they're eliminated. During the test, Cosmos will provide Econoids to significantly boost Resonator's combat powers.
So it's going to be a little bit like the simulated universe in that regard then, isn't it? That you know, our abilities are going to be juiced up, which we get in the simulated universe, in the Elusive Realm, should I say. I wonder if as well will be so Echoids. I'm guessing that we'll have more powerful Echoes as well, kind of how you have with the Crown Lace and such that are just like super OP in the Elusive Realm.
Excuse me guys if I'm mispronouncing or messing up words. Late at night, tired. But yeah, 500 asteroid for this event. Echoes premium seal tubes.
So there's plenty of asteroids to get in this.
I want to talk about though is that
this update then, isn't there?
I swear when we got this data mine right, this was supposed to be an event where you can do co-op.
I think it did allude to that on the previous update. I think they haven't mentioned it here, but I'm pretty sure in the previous update where they showed you know, the updates regarding the lock-on, I'm sure it did mention that it was co-op playable then, because the main thing I took from that was, is it only co-op? I'm assuming that it's not, but I hope it's not anyway. I hope it is solo as well.
I still wonder if you're going to be able to do it co-op, an online feature. If it is, then I hopefully people play it, and because if we do co-op, guys, and Kuro sees us, and if this is a co-op event and we all participate and have fun in it, Kuro will make more future co-op events. If this is co-op, guys, keep that in mind.
I'm antisocial though. I like my solo events.
Guys, my phone went off.
Dude, that is weird. His phone went off. Mine literally just went off. I just had to end a call that was coming through to my phone. The connection's real. Like, don't get me wrong, I want more events that are co-op. I just want them to be able to be done solo as well. Not just because I'm antisocial. I'm happy to play with people, but I just like these sort of games. I like to clear stuff solo as well, and it's nice to be able to have that option. And just scale stuff, you know, if you're going to play with other people, or potentially have the option where it's scaled, but you're solo, so it's even harder. So it's like an extra layer of harder content for people who want to try and clear more stuff.
For no reason. But yeah, guys, 500 astrite. So far, it's pretty decent. It's pretty good so far.
All of the alloy smelt as well.
A lot of rewards. Alloy smelt 2, officially confirmed, obviously, limit.
I'd like to see some of this sort of stuff as well. That start to turn into, like, kind of, sort of semi-dungeons, if not full-on dungeons. You know, like, I'm not such a big fan of where you just go in, you fight a couple of enemies, and then it's done. I want a little bit more than that from this game. That's what I hope to see in the future. Like, full-on dungeons, full-on raids, with the ending mission that we got with Chang Li's companion quest. I want to see stuff like that, where we're going through a full-on dungeon, there's some light puzzling, give me some platforming stuff, let me fight a bunch of enemies, elite, and then have an end game, an end raid, end dungeon boss. I want something a little bit more that just... It feels like there's a little bit more behind it, rather than just some variations and some points to chase within an instance. I'd like to see a little bit more of that, if I'm honest.
Defense event, 500 astrite.
These kind of events
right now,
don't get me excited,
right,
if I'm honest.
Really good stuff, really good stuff. Reprise of Tides. Okay, so after 1.2 update, eligible.
Like ones like the alloy smelt, it feels more like it's about the rewards, which I know it's a gacha game, and at the end of the day, but the gameplay loop needs to be there. And the combat in this game's fire, so just give me a little bit more that feels like I'm interacting with the event in a little bit of a deeper, more meaningful way. And I think the best way to do it, again, just give me some full-on raids, man. Give me some full-on dungeons, something that feels a little bit more meaty.
Returning rovers can claim corresponding rewards via either completing, check-in, or event task. So upon the 1.2 update, so I'm not sure, guys, if this is
eligible. Returning rovers can claim corresponding rewards via either completing check-in or event. Okay, so we're going to get a good bunch of stuff for logins then. Okay, that's good to see. Free stuff for logging in, I'll take it.
If any of you guys have taken a break from Wuthering Waves, you guys haven't been playing as much, this is what I kind of figured this was. This is kind of like to catch you up to speed. It's not gonna really, like, obviously catch you up to speed, but it's something nice for players who do.
Oh, that sucks then. So I've got to have had 30 or more days out the game. I get it. It's a cool thing to have for people who've been away for a little bit, for a little boost for you. I guess it's going to pull them back in, I suppose. Damn.
You take those long
Not for me then, I guess. Not for me.
I want to come back. This is a nice little boost, you know what I mean? Just to get you into a swing of things and stuff like that. Just a nice little bit of rewards for players that are returning. Double material. Oh, thank God.
This is what we need.
Thank God.
This is what we need.
Guys, holy hell, man. I don't know if you guys are at that stage of Union level 60 or
good to see it in the Forgery Challenge as well.
Something like that. But when you start maxing out characters, trying to get them to 90,
dude, it's a freaking chore. It doesn't even matter so much about the mats. I think for me, where I've found the real bottleneck is that you get to the point with your Forte circuits where it's all weeklies. So that's where it really grinds to a halt. That's, you know, characters really start to take a while then, because you literally have to wait for the next week to happen. You have to wait for the rollover to be able to continue doing it.
To get the weapon to 90, dude, the material crunch, you'll either run out of XP mats or credits or something, man. And
the shell credit burn is huge as well.
This is super huge for players, guys. Even for you new players, guys, super huge for you guys to always, you know, double materials. I kind of wish the materials were permanently.
I think one thing people tend to miss out on as well is grinding for shell credits. Because once you start leveling up your characters at the higher end of stuff gets incredibly expensive. I think, what is it for your top forte unlocks? You're talking, I think, what is it? 200k times 2, 50k times 2, and then a 40k, is it, I think? So you're talking like 350k at least, I think, somewhere around those marks. Anyway, it's a lot. Anyway, it's a lot. You can burn through those credits rapidly.
Doubled, but it's okay as long as.
And then add in your echo rolls
defense,
and everything.
Man,
it's super
amazing,
expensive,
bro. Super amazing. Really am happy that this is coming back. We have cord cleansing echo double drop event. Another echo double drop event. Cosmic wave plates to claim double rewards when completing the task.
Just give me mats, double mats drops, please. I'd like that. I'll take the double echoes, but just give me the double of the mats. I'm guessing that's what it looks like. We're getting double of everything. I remember the times when everybody thought, dude, that the bottleneck's going to be tuners, when it's literally mats now.
That's it. Suspension challenge. Damn, we're getting another double. I mean, I'm not complaining. Hey, I'm not complaining. Is there anything else?
I'm not going to lie, though. Some of those just feel a little bit like filler to me. They should be kind of things that just happen anyway with updates, in my opinion. There's little buffs to be like, hey, come back, you know, start of an update. We're going to give you extra stuff, especially in the echo department, because as I said, it's not like all the other stuff where there's a ceiling. Your characters have a ceiling. Your weapons have a ceiling. Your abilities, they all have a ceiling. Your echoes, I know that you can only max out one individual echo once, but there's always a better roll for your echo. There's always a better drop for your echo. There's always better substat rolls for your echoes. They're just, you know, it's never ending. You're never going to get the perfect god roll. You might get almost like in the 9.9 out of 10, but the potential to always go one step further is always there. And then as new characters come out, you know, that gets more and more. And I know that you'll be able to move echoes across teams and all that sort of stuff. But I just think that's one thing we need to make. They just need to be constantly having little bumper double drop events for your echo mats, for tuners, especially for echo mats. Like the other stuff, it's not such of an issue. And credits as well, because obviously it all costs credits. Those kind of seem a little bit like filler to me. Again, things like the alloy smelt, I want those to be a little bit bigger, beefier. I don't want to just go into an instance, fight a couple of enemies, and then go through chasing credit point levels to pull out some asteroids and stuff. It's all good. It's fine. Those should be like there as well. But I want stuff that feels a little bit more like it is an actual event and it's not just a little side hustle kind of thing for extra materials and extra credits or whatever it might be. Again, I keep going back to it. I want to see full-on raids in this game. It's built for it. The combat's built for it. The enemies are there. We saw level designs that would fit really well into raid systems, going back to the Changli companion mission. I think we could have it right there. They could even just take that map for now and use it as a base design to like kind of build from. And I think a lot of people would really enjoy that as well. And I just think it would be another extra level for endgame content, because once you've cleared it in one difficulty, you could go up kind of thing how it is with the holograms. And I just think it'd be a really, really good thing to add to the game. I keep barking on about it. I know I do. I've mentioned it loads of times. But for me, it's a massive thing that needs to be added to the game. I don't really care so much for these little instance, you know, the simulacra. It's a cool little event, but they're like side events. There shouldn't be one of the priority updates within an event, if that makes sense. There should be just a little additional thing that just continues to be there and it rotates all the time. Same thing with like the alloy smelt. It should just keep coming back and be here, there and everywhere. Kind of thing, like just for mats. They're just, you go in, you get it for mats, but the dungeons and the raids are more for gameplay. Of course, there should be rewards, but it's more about the actual enjoyment of doing that rather than it just being like, right, I'm going to go get all the rewards out of it so I can do some pulls and I can level up my characters kind of thing.
Else around here. Yeah, okay, there is more. Okay. So we're scrolling down, obviously, event duration. Yeah, chromatic pose, obviously. So that's like, I guess the...
Okay, I'm down for having a rate up on Baiji. I think, I can't remember if it's the next copy or the copy after that. Which is it now? Is it 5 or 6? I can't remember which one it is where she gets the revive. I think whatever it is anyway, the next copy I'll get of her, I believe, I'll get the revive. Or have I already got it? Dude, I can't even remember. I need to build Baiji anyway. I need to.
Something. Yeah,
for
guys,
the,
it is looking like
University.
JD is coming first. As you guys can see, the 4 stars on there. Chixia, Baiji, Sanhua. Really good, really good.
It's a good banner. It's a good banner. Mine is Sanhua. I wouldn't mind that being switched there, but it's a decent banner.
See.
A weapon looks really
Obviously,
cool as well.
weapons, her weapon signature, and then we have Jinjo Keeper, Hollow Mirage, Dauntless, Evernight. So these are gonna be the 4 stars that they're rolling with. Ascendant.
Dude, I love the design of JG. People were like bagging and ragging on the design. I think she looks great, man. I do. I think she looks great.
Huh? I'm not sure. Oh, okay. It's just a Resonator trial. You're gonna test it out. Get 20 Astrite to play with her.
Free Astrite at the end of the day, isn't he?
And then obviously, yeah, Zhang Liao's coming second. We have Donjin, Alto, Yan Wu. So basically, the early banner reveals that we covered were true. Pretty much right there.
Kind of a mid-banner, really, when you think about it.
Handle. So obviously, we have Zhang Liao's Gauntlet. We have Marcado. We have Helios Cleaver and Nova Burst for the 4 stars. Okay, Ascendant Aces. Again, that's just going to be the trial thing.
Free Astrite.
Anything else? Pioneer Podcast, you can complete task. Obviously, this is the battle pass, so.
Is there anything? Let's just have a look. You complete, yeah. Unlock inside channel on Connoisseur. Yeah, I just wanted to, because I do tend to buy the podcast. I bought it every month so far, and the Astrite thing, that's the one thing I spend on regularly in the game, because I enjoy the game, so I feel like, 15 quid a month, it's more than happy to do that. I was just hoping that maybe there might be a little change in it, maybe. Not extra stuff, just something different. Wondering.
Okay. This is
not the case, though.
It's coming back like normal. We have our exclusive bundles for you light spenders. Okay. You want 5 more.
These bundles are actually a decent bundle, really, for what you get in them. They do work out cheaper, don't they?
Astrite, I believe twice. So this is 10. What is it called? 10 Radiant Tides, 800 Astrite. Excuse me about that. It's the same thing for the weapons. You know what I mean? You're gonna get 10 right here, 800 Astrite right there. And that is it for the patch.
Okay.
All in all, guys, if we were to take a look at the amount of Astrite, excluding the
Astrite levels are good. The rewards are definitely good. There's no complaints from me regarding the rewards. I need to see more about this Moonlight event, whatever it is. The building up the fair, whatever they want to call it. I need to see a little bit more about that. And hopefully that's going to be something that, feels a little bit different. But other than that, I must admit, the events feel a little bit filler to me. I haven't got an issue with them, because I like events coming in that give you rewards, but I don't want events to just be about rewards. I want the event to be in itself, to be something that you look back on and go, do you remember that event from 1.2 or 1.3? It was insane, awesome, so much fun in itself. And the rewards are really good as well. We need some of those from Kuro.
Paid stuff, right? If we were to go back, I would say, let's look at this, right? If we go all the way to these event, we're looking at 1, 2, free 5-star, obviously. 5.
We're going to be what? I'd say it's probably around the mark of what? 50 pulls, maybe? Is he? Maybe not even that, actually.
Tide pulls, 5 standard pulls. Another 1,000 Astrite on top of that, 500. Another, well, that's for
30 pulls or so.
And some dailies. Yeah, guys, a little bit lower on the pulls, I would say, this time around.
Which is not a big thing for me. I don't, as somebody who's a light spender, I don't mind so much on that. I get it if you're free to play, it's probably a little bit more impactful. Again, I just want more gameplay stuff. I do.
You also believe, guys, I'm okay with the pulls being a little bit lower this time around, just for the simple fact that Zhang Liao being free is a huge benefit to us. You know what I mean? Especially like just them doing this, if we were to trade off the value.
It's true. When you think about it, in effect, depending on if you get lucky, anywhere from super just pulling them within 10 pulls, all the way up to hard pity. Could be anything from 10 pulls to 80 pulls, couldn't it really? So like add on, let's say they're giving us another 30 or something. They're giving us like 100 pulls, aren't they, really? 100 plus pulls when you think about it. Obviously, it might not be the character that you want, but at the end of the day, can't be too mad about that.
Value, right? It's like they're giving us, the value is like 12,000, whatever it is, 800, or I don't know. I have Star Rail brain rot, guys, so I know it's like 10 pull less for a guaranteed 5-star for hard pity. So whatever that is in terms of Astrite, that's what they're giving us in value here.
Yep.
So I'm fine with a little bit less pulls this patch period.
It's also fair. It's a fair trade-off.
We're not getting any.
We can't expect to get a free 5-star and the same amount of asteroids. I think that'd be asking just a little bit too much, if I'm honest.
New map either right now for this patch. It's probably going to come in the next patch for 1.3. We're going to get a new area to explore and stuff like that. So we'll probably get way more hash rate when we get a new map, new puzzles, all this other stuff. And yeah, we'll be good to go and set for 1.3. 1.2 is just a little bit low on polls, obviously. Limited 5-star, you know what I mean? Main focus is J.
Yeah, again, as I say, good update. Fine rewards. We're getting a free 5-star. I'm interested in the festival event. I want that. That is what I've kind of got my eggs are in that basket, that it's going to be something really fun, because that's what I want. I just hope in upcoming updates we start to see more gameplay orientated events that are more about, this is a really cool game mode, and not so much about, hey, you can get 20 pulls out of this event if you complete it. That's cool. I want pulls and I want stuff. I just want something really cool to play as well.
But you know,
give me some fucking
event,
raids.
Get the materials,
give me some dungeons.
Guys, you should have enough if you are already saving to roll on JG, and you'll be good to go. That's it for this video, guys. I'm glad they officially confirmed some things, and I'll talk to y'all next time. It's been your boy AJ, and I want to go to bed. Good night, y'all.
Video game definitely do tell dude's tired. Yeah, again, another update that looks decent. Again, by the moon's grace for me, and the tower defense mode look like they're going to be the two main meaty chunks. So this just depends on how well they're done. Again, for me, I need to start seeing events that are more orientated towards a like a cool extra meaty part of the game, rather than it being rewards based. I want to see raids. I want to see dungeons. Like, we could have raids that are full on raids that you could do solo, up to 3 other people, or 2 other people, or however that, or just a duo. I want to see dungeons. I want to see less of these. Right, this is the event. It's a little instance. You go in, you fight 5 or 6 enemies, you come out. The more points you accrue, you get more rewards, or the faster you do it, you get more rewards. I'm all fine with those sort of events. Again, I like those events. They're fun, but they're just like, they're little side dishes for me. You know what I mean? I want something that's a little bit more enjoyable. That's a little bit more meaty. I want that RPG. I know these games are not MMOs, but I want that more MMO element to come in with dungeons and raids, where it feels like it's a bit more of an adventure. I want to go in. I want to be able to traverse a dungeon. Again, I want some like puzzles, a bit of like platforming, clearing enemies, going on to clear like elites and stuff, and then having an end dungeon boss, i.e. a hologram type fight, and then have different variations of that. And once you've cleared it, you can go through and clear different difficulties and such. I think that would be really, really good for the game. But other than that, the update looks decent. It definitely feels like it's a little bit filler. Again, I think it'll be up to how good By the Moon's Grace is and the tower defense mode is as well. But the rest of it all is just based around the 5-star and rewards, which I'm not mad about. I'm happy for rewards. I just want to see a little bit more from Kuro now. Maybe we'll start to see it in the coming updates, which I'm okay with waiting a little bit longer. But I do want to start to see a little bit more meat on the bones. But another great video from Gamba AJ. Definitely go check him out. I'll leave a link in the description as well for people to go drop him a sub, because the dude definitely deserves more subscribers, because he's making some great content over there. But yeah, that's the update to the update for the 1.2 in the turquoise moonglow. Yo, Neo, what's going on, dude? Well, not even like DLC expansion content, just like more, because like for me, when it comes to a lot of the events in Wuthering Waves, they feel like, right, how do we reward the player? And it seems like the reward is more materials and more, you know, asteroids for pulls, which is good, because at the end of the day, it's a gacha game, and of course you want more of that stuff. But I feel like this is a really good game that has good gameplay, and I want a bit more of a reward of enjoying more of the game. You know what I mean? Because like for me, the Changley mission that we did, you know, a companion mission, the last bit, that felt like that could be literally taken right now and be the basis for a first dungeon. You know, because there was a little bit of light puzzle work in there. It felt kind of like a dungeon. You got the end area where you could have a big boss fight. They could have different sections where you go through, you fight normal enemies. There's some chests to open here and there. Maybe some light mechanics, some doors to open. You know, they've got all the different mechanics that are in the game to proceed through the dungeon. Then you get to a fight where there's a bunch of mobs, and then you clear that, and then, I don't know, maybe there's some elites come in and you fight those, and then you carry on through a little bit of like puzzle work, some platforming. You get to a next area, and there's more elites, and then there's some mini mobs as well, so it's a bit more of a fight. Then you clear that, and then you push all the way through to like a hologram end game fight, and you clear that, and then like once you've cleared it, you can go through and do like a higher difficulty where all the mobs are leveled up, and you can like do that 3 or 4 times to clear. I feel like that would be way more beneficial to the gameplay loop than just like, hey, go into this instance, fight these enemies, right? You did it in so much time, you did so much damage, you got 2,500 points. That got you a set level, and then once you get to like 20,000 points, you've cleared it, kind of thing. Because for me, they're cool, and they're good to have, and I want them there because they're good, quick ways to get materials. But that's what they are. They're there just to be like, here's a little check to get mats. Like, I want a little bit extra. I do. I want something that feels a little bit more like the game. You know what I mean? Not gonna lie, I'm getting bored of WuWa picks. I don't know if this update could get my attention because I'm only continuing playing because I like the devs. And what I'm waiting for now, I think it's like that with any of these kind of games. We're in a bit of a lull at the minute anyway, aren't we? Because we're kind of waiting for the next big story beat. I think, you know, it's the big update is when we get another big addition to the story and how well they do that, whether it gets people invested again. Hey, what's going on, Moomin? Welcome to the stream. What's been bothering me is a weekly podcast experience cap. Yeah, dude, how do you think it feels when you pay for the fucking thing? But yeah, I think a lot of gacha games anyway, I feel like they're kind of built to have dungeons and raids in them, but definitely this game, because just the way the combat works in this game, it's just built for it, isn't it? You know, all the puzzle elements are there, the platforming elements are there, the traversal's there, we've got the tools to do like light platforming, we've got puzzle elements in the game, all the combat elements are there, it's all there, like ready, all just to be put together to make banging raid content. And I think potentially there's a real good end game there to be added into the game as well, which gives more end game to the game. And I know it's going to take a little bit more. But, you know, I think it could be a real spectacular thing for the game. But I guess we'll wait. We'll have to wait and see if that's something they want to throw in there, you know? I suppose there's part of me just kind of wants some MMO elements in the game. I know it's not an MMO, but I kind of just want some of those. I think there's definitely a lot of elements in MMOs that would work really well in gacha games. Because at the end of the day, MMOs were the first live service games, weren't they? And gacha games are live service games. I know it's a different kind of live service, but I just feel like there's a lot of crossover there that's waiting to be like, you know, that's waiting to be used. It's ripe for the picking, so to speak. Yeah, uni level 43 now, and I want to get to 45 for that free kit. I tried ZZZ, like, oh, did you try it? What did you think of it? Not a fan of the gameplay. Yeah, I think the problem with Zenly Zone Zero, it does itself a big disservice in the first few hours of the game. I like Zenly's, but I definitely think that first hour or two of the game is like, you know, it really doesn't showcase the game in the best way, in my opinion. It's almost like letting somebody have a test drive for a car to buy and be like, you can't take it out to second gear, you know? And then later on, if you do decide to buy it, you're like, oh, dude, this is actually kind of fun to drive. Felt like shit earlier. That makes sense?
Challenge.
Shall we watch a video here? Can Zenly Zone Zero survive long term? Talking about Zenly Zone Zero. Let's check it out. How's it going, Zera? Welcome to the stream. Alright, considering we're just talking about Zenless Zone Zero and some people not being fans and others being fans and me kind of thinking the initial part of the game didn't sell itself that well, let's check this video out then. Can Zenless Zone Zero survive long term? From Sean Set Go. Drop him a like and a preemptive subscription. Let's check this video out then. Can it survive long term? I think probably, because it's a WuWa game, but let's see what he's got to say.
Hello, adventurers. Today I want to talk to you about something that I think is sort of leading down the wrong path of Zenless Zone Zero. Sorry, leading Zenless Zone Zero down the wrong path. And that is, well, the current game state, at least in my opinion, the game's health overall. I think that the game does have positive qualities. I'm not here to say that the game has no positive qualities, but something that I've noticed, if you go to the Twitch space right now, the Zenless Zone Zero space is lacking by comparison. If you compare like first month releases and the hype behind the characters, I mean, we're getting releases of.
If we're talking about, like, you know, Twitch in terms of viewership, I just, personally for me, I think that Zenless Zone Zero is just not that fun to watch. I think it's fun to play, but I just don't, not every game translates over into a viewer experience, a positive viewer experience, in my opinion. And obviously that's not just opinion, it's a fact. You know, it might be opinion on which games you feel that are more enjoyable to watch, but it is definitely one of those games. It's a fun game to play. But for me, it's just not really a fun game to watch, where I find Genshin, Star Rail, and Wuthering Waves fun to watch. Personally, I know people might have differing opinions on that sort of stuff. And I think games like PGR is quite fun to watch as well. I think it's because it's super flashy, even though Zenless is super flashy. I don't know, I just don't think it really translates across into a game that's incredibly fun, or even that much fun to watch at all. Obviously, the creator can make a big difference in that, in how entertaining they are. But yeah, but I still don't think that will really have a major effect on the game surviving in terms of being a fiscal success for WuWa, because there's plenty of gacha games out there that are raking in millions every month, and nobody talks about them on YouTube or on Twitch or in general on the internet, but thousands upon thousands, if not millions of people play them, you know? So it doesn't necessarily even matter, really.
Brand new characters, I feel like much sooner. I mean, this is, of course, about a month into the release of Zenless Zone Zero. So, I mean...
And it's been an amazing month as well for them.
Or the same length of time, but we've had really a lack...
Sorry to keep pausing you, because how much did Zenless Zone Zero cost to make? I'm not too sure. I'm going to assume in the hundreds of millions, because of it's a well-made game in terms of you know, the voice acting, the presentation, all of that sort of stuff. But 100 million within the first month. Let's say if they have a 50% reduction the next month, they're going to have surely got close to covering their investment in the game within a couple of months. So really, after that, do they even care as well? I'm sure they probably do, because they want it to be continual success, but the amount of money that they're raking in the first month is insane.
Luster, or at least a sort of a downturn in the amount of people streaming in the Zenless Zone Zero space. Now, I've said this before, I don't want this to be misconstrued as a negative approach due to seasonal content. I think seasonal content is fine. I think any game that is a gacha or has seasonal content, there is naturally to be some ebbs and flows within the space, but
it's pretty much the overall flow to most gacha games, if not all, really, isn't it? You have a big spike in players because there's a big pump of content in the update, and then there's the lull of that intermediate area in between the updates, and then you have those like mid-update updates that are little spikes here and there that bring people back in, whether it's rewards, whether it's an event, whether it's a little update to the story, but it's more of a side kind of thing, a companion thing. It's kind of the way they go, isn't it?
A point that was actually brought up by MTash not too long ago was that the reason for this is that the content within Zenless Zone Zero is just not content creator worthy. So what I mean by that is outside of just normal pulls, I think there is an appeal when a character is first released, no matter what gacha it is, to have content centered around pulls. People like to see people get pulls, and people actually like to see people not get pulls.
They like to see people fail.
If you watch Tectone do his pulls during Changli, during that time, people were absolutely going crazy during that.
I think this leads into character design as well. And I do really like some of the characters in Zenless Zone Zero, but I also think quite a few of the characters are kind of like mid, or not even mid. They look aesthetically like really well designed. They're cool characters, but they're just like not something that I think is going to get most people like interested for the most part. I've heard a lot of other people have been quite more damning than me in the character designs. A lot of people come through my comments in my chat and they're just like, dude, I don't like the character designs at all, which I can understand with some of the characters, I guess, for that. Personally, for me, I really like the design. I like the whole aesthetic as Zenless Zone Zero. But you know what? This is probably not really got much impact on it, but I just think the whole way you pull in Zenless Zone Zero is so freaking boring in terms of like the animation, the audio that you get along with the pull animation. I think it's cool that when you actually see a character, it's kind of like that 3D model and the camera like goes around different angles. That looks cool. But I think they need to revamp the whole pull system in regards to just the animation, the way the animations work in the game. And I think as well, the drives just look boring, don't they? They're just freaking balls. And I know some of them look a little bit better, but they're just not interesting as well for me. And that's probably not got much impact at all. But I think watching people pull for stuff in Zenless Zone Zero is really boring in comparison to a lot of the other gacha games.
In that time. So I think that both positives and negatives can be good in the content creator space for that. What I'm talking about is outside of those pulls, we're not really seeing Zenless Zone Zero hold on to content creators. And I think that's because a lot of these games that are losing content creators over time, I think there's not enough available content for content creators to actually have unique experiences or go over those unique experiences.
I think there's too many big gacha games now where people are trying to jump between all of them. So they're in this game, there's maybe that's true, but also they're not finding some of this extra nuance or this extra complexity because they're trying to attack all games, cover this update, cover that update, cover this new news on this game, and there's so much happening. Whereas when it was just Genshin, you could concentrate solely on Genshin, and when it was just Genshin and Star Rail, you could concentrate on those two games. Now we're getting more and more games that more people kind of want to see, and at the same time, people are fans of other games don't want to see that because they're not playing that. That's not their main game, so they're not really interested in that. I think we're starting to get a bit of a fraction or a fracture of the player bases, and I think it's harder for content creators to cater to the audience as well in the gacha space. But I definitely do think with Zenless, I think because not that the combat has nuance and has some level of complexity, but it's really not there to that level where I think there's guide videos to be made in terms of like interesting and unique ways of tackling the game as there might be in Genshin or in Wuthering Waves. And Wuthering Waves is suffering in that same sense, in my opinion. You go and look around Twitch, and there's not that many people really streaming it. And I think there's a lot more people talking about it on YouTube. Or whenever I go into the streaming category, there's usually only a couple of thousand people watching, which is not dead, but it's not like massive. And then when there's an update, it usually goes up to around about 20k, which is not like anything mind-boggling. So I think all the gacha games in the space are kind of suffering from, and I don't know if maybe it's a little bit of a burnout in the space. I think maybe a lot of people are just like maybe trying out other games as well. You know, there's only so much gacha I think you can take as well.
In a similar way to say maybe a story-based game or even a challenging game does. So something that, you know, a lot of gacha games have, especially towards end game, is you'll see a lot of challenging content in the end game. And so in the end game, you'll find the
problem is though with a lot of end game content in gacha games, there's not enough variation. Again, I keep harping on about like the dungeons and raids coming into Wuthering Waves who need something like that. There's only like there's difficult content, but it's like it's I suppose, a deep, narrow pool. And I feel like maybe people would want maybe just a little bit more. I don't know. I'm pulling this out my ass, but I kind of feel like that's how I feel anyway.
A lot of opportunities to play with your character or characters in a team setting that require you to like really rank everything to the max level and still like put 100% effort into clearing. Now, while I can't say per se that Zenless Zone Zero has content that's not clearable, I saw Mr. Pokey clear the content blindfolded, but I don't think that gotchas can necessarily hold on to enough of the player base because it is all ultimately clearable at a certain state. Now, I will say,
it's all DPS checks, really, isn't it, for the most part? That is one thing that I really like about Wuthering Waves, is that there is a little bit more of the mechanical skill. Still, it depends on the characters you've got and the team you've got. I get that, but it feels like it leans into that a little bit more. That's why I feel like just content like dungeons and raids would be better, because it's like, it's content that's going to be difficult. You're going to have to level your characters. You're going to have to be ready to take it, but it's got a little bit extra around it as well, where it's not just going instance fight, DPS check, time check. You haven't got enough power at the minute. You're not using the right team, but it'd be more of an actual gameplay experience. Because at the end of the day, I don't think gachas are really designed to keep you long term. They want you in and out and in and out and spending, really, don't they? But I think potentially people would spend more as well if they do have that pull that's keeping them playing the game. Maybe not even on a daily basis, but like a you know, at least 2 or 3 times a week, but not just coming in, doing the dailies and bouncing, or coming in, clearing a difficult bit of content, spending a couple of hours to try and clear it, and then coming back periodically to attempt to clear it. But having something that's like, right, dude, I want to dump a few hours into this today, because this new experience is cool. I want to run through it a few times. I want to learn everything I can about it. But again, I guess that takes extra effort and time, and maybe that's something that they don't necessarily want to do, but I'd love to see that sort of content.
If you're free to play, if you're clearing content that's like, that still over leveled you, then there is still a challenge associated with it. However, I think that when it comes to challenging content, I don't think there's enough of it, or enough coordinated challenging content to where the whole community can get behind it and go, yes, this is a challenge. I want to see another streamer complete it because it was challenging for me, and I want to see it in the same way. A game that I played not too long ago, I did a genocide playthrough of Undertale, and it has one of the hardest boss fights in the game, and I cleared it in like 50.
People rave about that game, but I've never played it.
Deaths. I have millions of views on TikTok just from that clear. Because it is such a challenging play. And a lot of people could say the same for like their challenge runs of Dark Souls. I just don't think a gacha game could ever achieve that level of challenging content to be in.
I think as well, a lot of them don't want to, because if it all gets based on mechanics too heavily, then you're not going to necessarily want to spend, because if it does start to lean into it's more about less about the characters and more about you, then what's the point in spending if you can clear it with all these other things? That's where finding the balance is. And that's where having this super endgame or difficult content that's all about the characters, DPS checks, synergy checks, whatever you want to call it, that makes you run the particular teams, that makes you run particular weapons, make you run particular leveled characters, the new characters, have it aimed towards the new character, all that sort of stuff. But then there should be this other content that's endgame content that leans more into the skill, the tactics of a player. And that's where I think, again, personally, I keep saying it, like dungeons and raids would really come into it, for Wuthering Waves at least anyway. For Zenless, not too sure, because just the way the game's set up anyway, I think it kind of limits itself in its design. But that's something that might change as we go forward, and obviously smarter people than me will hopefully come up with ideas to improve on that as well.
Interesting, because I think it'll always be just accessible enough, because the nature of a gacha game is always going to be either accessible via pay or playtime. So you're either going to have enough of one of those two things to make it to where the challenge isn't as much of a challenge. So I don't think that there ever can be that.
They're never going to want to stop a whale clearing content, really, are they? Because what's the point in being a whale? Like, dude, I've spent thousands and I still can't clear this content. That's never going to happen. That's why I say, again, if they have different content, you know, and have content that's specifically designed more for the enjoyment of the content and an extra level of difficulty there, and then have the pure, like, bragging rights content that's about, like, did you clear this in a set amount of time? Did you do this? Did you finish this? Did you do level what's it of this content for those people? But then again, the same people would argue that they can't clear that content if this. So, you know, it's hard to find that balance. And I think inevitably, just because you're a gacha game, it kind of limits that, doesn't it, really?
Type of thing. Now, the point that MTosh made was something along the line of, like, the quest are too slice of lifey. I don't necessarily think that's the case, because you have games like World of Warcraft that have very uninteresting dailies, but the dailies and the rewards you can get from certain mobs, world bosses, etc., are interesting to make it to where you could be doing something very unfun, but the reward system is it's very.
I think when it comes to something like World of Warcraft or something, or an MMO in general, you've got all that extra content, what I'm talking about. You've got your dailies, you've got specific individual hard content, but then you have like a variation, typically in your good MMOs, where you've got your raids, you've got your dungeons, you've got your world bosses, you've got your endgame content, and then you've got your dailies as well. And this is where I think, in my opinion, a lot of gacha games should take stuff from MMOs in regards to specific gameplay loop events and content, because I just think it would enrich the games in general, personally.
Very rewarding, so you're able to get something out of it. So I don't think that a boring or slice of life like cozy content, I don't necessarily think that's boring for content creators. But I do think that right now the reward system or the challenges within Zenless Zone Zero are just not very interesting, because there's not really a system in which you can complete content in a laid back kind of way, but still be rewarded handsomely for it. You know, like, you're not being rewarded for unique.
I think as well, though, we do definitely need to give Zenless and Wuthering Waves a bit of time as well. I know I've been a little bit harsher at the moment on Wuthering Waves, and I did in regards to in the other video when we we're talking about the 1.2 update. But at the same time, we are still kind of in the launch window, aren't we? You know? So I'm willing to allow for a little bit more time for things to expand and more variety to be added. At the end of the day, I think that's what it's about, is the variety of content. It's not just about the rewards and the difficulty. It's about the variety as well, in my opinion.
Unique or interesting things. Frankly, all of the content that you clear in gachas is very linear, in the sense that the loot tables don't change drastically. I mean, in this game, when you're completing the errands, really all you're getting from it different is maybe the amount.
This is where, for me, again, I understand that rewards are a massive part in repeatedly clearing content, but the gameplay loop itself needs to be front and center. I think it's definitely more limited with Zenless, because just the way the game's designed in general, you've got to be hyper-focused specifically just on the combat in an instance regard, which is fine. But like something like Wuthering Waves, they've got the potential to do more with what they've got, to build more stuff. That's the reward itself isn't necessarily the reward, if that makes sense. The actual experience itself is the reward. And then, you know, it's nice to get the little reward at the end of it as well.
Out that you get from the challenges, that's what varies. So like how much you get from each one it varies a bit, or maybe your pull luck does, but RNG only gets you so far. So I think right now, and this is just gachas in general, not just for Zenless Zone Zero, I think that the content isn't unique enough to have any uniquely defined user experiences, either by the gameplay or the reward system. Currently, a game like Dark Souls, how you complete the boss can vary drastically, and that's what makes the content.
This is exactly what I was saying in regards to, I know I keep going back to it, the raids, the dungeons. You can add something in that gives some variation in how you tackle things, a little bit of strategy. This is where the end game variety needs to come in. Have the super hard content that's just DPS checks, and then have the ability to tackle things in a different way. And I know you can tackle things differently now in Wuthering Waves and in other games as well, depending on your roster of characters. but you're limited. I feel like you're a little bit more freer in Wuthering Waves in that regards, but still, again, I feel like if we did have some sort of content like that, that maybe it'd be there. Maybe I'm too hyper focused on that, but I feel like it would be a really good thing.
Content interesting, even though you're getting the same rewards for the most part. And something like Zenless Zone Zero and a lot of gachas don't have anything like that. So my personal idea for this, I think would be interesting within this space, is to have boss content and unique drops, which can have unique loot tables. So you find a certain mob, or you kill a certain mob that only appears in certain areas, or
certain dungeons,
a certain boss that does have challenges, but rewards you uniquely for it, meaning that maybe the rewards you get versus someone else's gets could be different. Or even if it's just cosmetics that you receive. I just think that right now there's not a lot of unique experience within gachas, but I think they're very much capable of doing so by simply having unique loot tables. Anybody who's played Classic WoW knows that your character is not going to look good.
I like what he's saying, but I just don't know. It's like, how would you implement that? Visual-wise, you could implement that easy. But then again, though, if you're implementing that for the visuals, what's going to drive somebody to particularly pull something that might look cool? Then if you don't go down the visuals, do you get down like stats on particular items? But then what's driving somebody then to pull in the gacha system? Again, this is why I say, even though we like gacha games, there's a fundamental issue in the gacha system that kind of holds back mechanics being applied to the rest of the game, because it takes away from the desire to pull on the gacha system, doesn't it? So it's all about finding that balance. Again, I think this is something that, it's not as simple as just saying, well, I think you should throw in some different gear like this, because then it would really affect the rest of the game, I guess, in a negative way, and then they'd have to react in terms of how they design the next gacha, the next banner, or they'll have to dial back the gacha system and make it a lot less generous. I'm not too sure on that one, what the fix is. We know what the issues are, but it's finding the fix. This is where, for me, the reward itself should be in the gameplay loop of the end game itself. It being engaging, it being rewarding in regards to clearing stuff, it having variety to it, having decent rewards, but that's not just the end game. Because for me, having things like that alloy smelting, Wuthering Waves, and whatever your dailies, little quick things that you can jump into, get particular mats, to get particular credits, or whatever it is, they are fine to be there, because the stuff that because for me, if you're chasing mats in the game, it should be able to be stuff that you can. It's got a little bit of difficulty to it, but it's actually, you clear it quickly, because it's like, right, I need 10 of these. Let me go clear that thing 3 or 4 times. I've got my 10 things. I can level my character up. You know what I mean? You don't want to be spending ages on stuff like that. But the content, for me, that is endgame stuff should be a bit more engaging, in the sense that, again, the content itself is the reward. So even if it takes a little bit longer to clear, you don't mind, because it's almost like doing your companion quests or something like that. It's not, I'm not saying it's got a story to it, but it just feels engaging. Of course, you need rewards to go along with that, but I don't think that should be the main priority for that sort of content, in my opinion. Then you can add the difficulty as well, and clearing it itself is the reward, if that makes sense.
But getting Savage Gladiator's Chain is insane. It's insane. It's a lot of fun. Like I got my warrior in Classic WoW, cleared Molten Core, cleared AQ40, cleared Nax, and so clearing that content and getting the gearing in there feels so much more significant. And I don't think gachas are necessary, like, they're becoming more and more like RPGs. Why don't we have unique gearing and unique experiences like an RPG? I've always advocated for multiplayer and raid dungeons and co-op dungeons and things like that, because I think it could offer unique experiences.
I do agree with that.
I just don't know if they're like the servers are
not a surprise. I agree with that.
A lot of people complain about multiplayer within gachas, but I think it could be a unique experience.
I do as well. They could have a run with friends. They could have matchmaking systems. I think it could be really cool.
So right now, I think that's one thing that I think is holding back why the game simply just doesn't have a large viewer base on Twitch. The other thing I want to talk about within the space,
you could really have your roles as well, couldn't you? You go in as your DPS, your support, your tank. It's there, man. It's there for the taking, in my opinion.
Is that I think that another content creator, Hex Juice, who I've been burning through her content in absolutely tons of amazing points within the gacha space. I think some of the best opinionated gacha streamers and content creators have amazing points, not just for the health of a particular game, but the health of gachas altogether. And a point that she made that I think was really good is that I think that tribalism is one of these things that prevents, like connecting it to my prior point, I think that tribalism is one of those things that I think is preventing the overall growth of the game, because you have so many people who are advocating for the game's detriment because they refuse to admit fault within their own space. And so while a lot of people say you shouldn't compare this game, you shouldn't compare Zenless Zone Zero to Wuthering Waves, you shouldn't compare Wuthering Waves to Genshin Impact, I think that these things are natural in a competitive space because there is a competitive nature to these games. Even though there's not always multiplayer, all these games are competing for the biggest multiplayer of them all.
I think it's totally fair to compare games. I think especially games I suppose the overarching umbrella of being a gacha game, you can necessarily, I guess you can compare them in that sense. Obviously games are a lot more similar in regards to, like, you know, Genshin and Wuthering Waves to me are a lot more similar, and they're much more comparable against each other than, say, Wuthering Waves to Zenless. You know, for me, I think Zenless is a lot more comparable to, like, Solo, Level and Arise, and PGR and Snowbreak and other gachas that are a little bit more like that. Well, I think it's fair, and I think it's healthy to compare games as well, because but this is the problem where I think a lot of people get really stuck, is with the tribalism of the, if this game's got this element, oh, another game can't take that element. This is upsetting me. Somebody who I've got no connection with came up with this idea and it's making them billions, millions. I don't think it should be in this other thing, but it's like, if that thing translates into this other game and it makes that game better and it's something that's better for you, then that, as a consumer, that's better. That's why I like Wuthering Waves, because it's took a lot of the stuff that worked in Genshin Impact and kind of peeled away some of the stuff that wasn't so fun and didn't work so well. And I think we've ended up with, in my opinion, a better version of Genshin. You know, it's like an evolution of Genshin. And that's not to say that I don't like Genshin or it makes Genshin worse. You know, it doesn't. I in my opinion, that's what gaming should be. Now, obviously, when people add patterns on particular mechanics, that's different. And, you know, companies can struggle to replicate them. But in my opinion, I want to see games look at other games, copy the homework, and improve on it. Because at the end of the day, I just want better games. And I think sometimes people get wrapped up in that. They're like, oh, I ain't playing, I can't play Wuthering Waves, it's just a copy. It's just a copy. It's just a copy. And I think people get stuck on that stuff sometimes. So that's where, like, this tribalism in itself is inherently negative. It has lots of positivities if we go back to philosophical things about humans in the history, because the tribe protects itself and the tribe allows the tribe to grow. But at the peril of other tribes and other things, you know, it's inherently positive and negative. It's just how us as consumers express that. And I think sometimes we do it in a really bad way, don't we? Because we get wrapped up in that idea that we're attached to the corporation. And I suppose it's exacerbated in the gacha space because of the sunk costs bias of people have spent lots of money in these games. It's not just time, it's time and money. So they feel a little bit more protective towards the thing that they've built to bias up, they've built an affinity towards.
And that is your time and attention. And I think while comparison is bad for your own mental health and your own self-growth, it's great for game health because we get
exactly. What is it? Comparison is a thief of joy. You shouldn't spend time comparing yourself to other people. You should always strive to better yourself. But when it comes to other things like games and the stuff you enjoy, you should definitely compare it to other stuff. If that thing's doing something that yours is not, then why not demand, well, I want that. That's going to make this thing better. And competition drives everything up and makes it better for us, doesn't it?
To see versions of things that could work in another space, at least in a semi-adjacent way. Now, a lot of gacha games will have modes like the Simulated Universe. In AFK Journey, it's the Arcane Labyrinth. And they have these modes that semi-match modes, which we can kind of see like, oh, here's a version of the game we could see if it was this type of genre. But I don't think that gachas right now push enough into these separate game modes where we have actually interesting gameplay. An example of this that recently came out is with League. They recently came out with, I think, either like a rogue.
And I think that comes back to the fact that them being gacha games. I think a lot of the fear in the gacha space is adding too many things that might detract from the gacha system itself and make it less profitable. This is what I was talking about, you know, regards to gear. It's a tightrope to play for them, because if they start adding all this sort of stuff in that comes from the gameplay, it detracts from the potential profit from the gacha system itself. It's finding that balance. But I definitely do think they need to start thinking about the gameplay itself being a reward, which I understand the pulls, the characters, the teams, the rewards, the clearing particular content is almost like the dopamine reward in itself. But I think one thing that Genshin did when it came out is that the game itself was the reward, that it was more of a game with a gacha attached rather than a gacha with a game attached. And obviously we saw that with other games as well now that have come out. And I think we need to start seeing that with events and endgame content, that the content itself is the rewards, and then there's rewards that go along with it as well.
Roguelite version, or like a Vampire Survivors-esque, I guess it's still like a roguelite, which has a completely separate game mode. And before then, it was team fight tactics with battle chess. So I think that there's so many game modes that we could fully flesh out within gachas.
Agreed.
And I think they get boiled down to mini games, which don't have a lot of value or interest over the.
He's basically just eloquently and concisely said what I was trying to say before in the previous video, regards to the filler content in 1.2, in my opinion, in that they're just like mini game events almost. And it's just like, you know, clear this in 30 seconds, you get your reward. Clear this in 30 seconds, you get your reward. You get enough points, you've cleared everything. Done. That event's cleared now. Where itself, the event should be a little bit more meaty.
Long term. But bringing it back to my first point, I think these things could be beneficial to Zenless Zone Zero and gachas as a whole, for the content creators to be able to stream, to be able to have something that you could play actively or casually that is interesting and not just challenging, but also has value because you get unique experiences out of it. It's why games like even though you have games like Fall Guys and Rumble Club, etc., these games are competitive by nature, but they're interesting because how people react to them are different. And I think that gachas, at least in their story modes and the mini games, have very limited reactions, or at least they're pigeonholed into a very small, condensed form of content. And when content creators don't have a wide range of content to pull from and stream, it leaves a very little option for people to be able to play something interesting in the space. So I think that instead of going, my game is infallible, my game doesn't need to be fixed.
This goes all the way back to the console war. At the end of the day, it doesn't benefit the thing that you enjoy. Taking it back to Genshin, I put up the video about Natlan and potential fixes, updates to the game that could make Genshin better. It wasn't titled that. It was more titled, you know, can this save Genshin or can this fix Genshin? But we're speaking about, you know, the stamina system, traversal, endgame content, dailies. And there were, you know, most people kind of agreed, but there was a few people saying, it's fine, it doesn't need, and it's like, but surely if you enjoy Genshin, you can't really argue that dailies could be better. The stamina system could be better. The traversal could be better. Endgame could be better. And this all could make the experience as a Genshin fan better. It doesn't detract from anything in regards to Genshin. It doesn't even affect the gacha system as well, so it doesn't take away money from your precious overlords. But yeah, there's that idea that no, it's perfect. Because if things change, and I accept that they might need to change, then it goes against everything that I've kind of said about the game. And this other game kind of did that, and I might have to accept that those were good ideas in that other game, and that's just stupid.
Games do not need to appeal to content creators. Let's drop all this pride and embrace some humility so we can make some actual comparisons, so some of these extra game modes can be fleshed out in a positive way. People were dogging any game that has a fishing mode because they're like, fishing is like the worst of the worst. It's like the terrible trope within games that people absolutely
Bro, I love myself a good fishing mode, I do.
can't stand. I love a fishing mode. I'd have a fishing mode. If you put a fishing competition, I'll be the first one to participate. I did the Booty Bay fishing competition, and I made sure that I did that first in any patch that I could, because there was always unique rewards that you could get, and you always had to be on top of your game. And anybody,
it's just zen as well, man. Like, it's just chill, you know. It's nice to have those sort of things in a game sometime. It's just like, this is just zen. You know, it's just something you can just do. You can kind of switch off. You've got someone up on the second monitor. You may be chowing down on some food. You're knocking back a beer. You're smoking a doobie, whatever it might be. But it's just zen, you know.
Anybody could win it. Anybody could put it in their hat, put in their bet and win it. It's just a matter of effort and timing. So I think these are ideas that I don't want to force anybody to have to do, but I think what we have from the community is truly a lack of thinking about the game in the long term. So I think what a game like Zenless Zone Zero and a lot of gachas are missing right now is we don't have a lot of people thinking about the long-term health of the game.
I think it's all about the rewards,
where the game needs to go.
Pulls. It's what people get wrapped up in.
A month, 2 months down the road,
and then story editions.
Game has so much opportunity for the game to have long-term health, but I think a lot of people just want to think about the short term and the short-term gratification, and then they wonder why their game is it goes up, it plateaus, and then it just sinks and then plateaus again. I think the game, you want the game to be like this, and that's totally normal. But right now I'm seeing a lot of gachas, whether it's Wuthering Waves, Zenless Zone Zero, AFK Journey, where it's just going up, plateaus, drops, plateaus again, and it could be lower than its prior plateau. And so I think when we think about these long term, it's just a lot better for the game overall. But hey, you know, I respect it. I respect it. You know, if you want to keep the gacha simple, I think that's totally fine.
That is totally fine. Well, I think there's a lot of games in the gacha space now. There's plenty of simple gacha games. Not everyone has to be that. You know, not every game has to be hardcore. Not every game has to be super casual. It's nice to have games within a genre that cater to different sections. This one's more about skill. This one's just about being super easy. This one's super simple. This one's got nuance and complexity to it. This one's got incredible story, you know, this is where we need to stop thinking like this, that, oh, it's a gacha game. It has to be these, you know, it has to fit these exact specifications for it to be considered good. There's a different train of thought for everybody, isn't there? And I think we're starting to see that happening within the gacha space in terms of the style of games we're getting. It's about the gameplay now. That's what it's about.
I don't think that these games need to be taken seriously, and I'm not saying these games need to be made.
No game needs to be taken seriously unless you're doing it as a professional.
What I am saying,
end of the day,
overall,
supposed to be fun,
the health
isn't it?
of a game like Zenless Zone Zero, it's beginning to make sense why there's so few people streaming it. Just, you know, what, less than a month after its release, and why a game like AFK Journey, you know, they're the worst of it. I mean, like, they have like less than 100 viewers on a great day. They have less than 100 viewers. But that being said, the YouTube space, these games are thriving and they're doing very well. So I think these games have
some games as well anyway, in general. Again, some games just don't translate across to being content worthy. They're not enjoyable to watch, but they're enjoyable to play. They might not be enjoyable to stream, but then some games might not be enjoyable to watch somebody stream, but they're enjoyable to watch info about, whether it's lore, whether it's characters, whether it's about the story, whether it's about updates, whether it's about news, whether it's about guides, character builds, whatever it might be in a short little few minute video, whether it's a big retrospective of the game itself, a big 40-minute video. That's the thing with YouTube content. It can kind of be anything, can't it? It can be created and ingested in a totally different way to streaming. You watch a live stream, you either watch it live or you miss it, and you watch it back after the fact. It's the same content, really. You watch it live or you don't. YouTube videos you can watch for a few minutes. You can bounce out. You can kind of like, you know, ingest it in smaller sections, have it on at night as you. I don't know. You can do this with streams, but it's a little bit different if you're trying to take the information in, if that makes sense. I'm not really explaining it in a really good way there, but I think it's just different, isn't it? The content caters to a different audience, or maybe even to the same audience. It's just feeling to take in some content in a different way, or look at a particular game in a different way. Like, I love to watch videos sometimes about a game that I'm not interested in, but just to, you know, I like to watch Josh Strife Hayes, you know, doing videos on MMOs that I've never even freaking heard of, that's got like 2 people playing them, but I'll sit and watch a video of his for like 45 minutes on something like that. I wouldn't watch somebody stream it for 45 minutes, you know what I mean? So yeah.
Enough notoriety to where people are watching them, but there's a reason why they're not being streamed. And I think streaming health
Get banned, bot.
cannot be ignored. It's something that can't be ignored in this space, because while like there will always be content on YouTube that'll get views, I think that having a streaming health within a game is also important as well. I don't know if there's any like notable data of like comparing stream health, like how many people are streaming it and people are viewing it versus you know, like what looks like on the opposite end of things, where it's all on the YouTube space, and which one is better overall. But I feel like having a good mix of both, even if it's less so, is better than just having views on YouTube only. I mean, it's why we see drops on the Twitch space so often. I feel like it's important so we can recruit new and active players down the line. I hope this inspired some ideas for you. If you thought any of these ideas were good, or if there's any ideas that you think might contribute to the game's health overall in the streaming space, I'd love to hear it in the comments. If you haven't joined us and you haven't joined the Go-Getters, we are streaming Monday, Wednesday, Friday, playing Zenless Zone Zero, AFK Journey, and Honkai Star Rail is kind of like on the back burner, but I've been playing that in
no Wuthering Waves. I don't want to hear what he's got. I just don't care what he's got to say anymore.
lieu of Wuthering Waves, because I haven't really jumped back into Wuthering Waves yet. But I'd love to have you. But until next time, guys, I appreciate you, and may fortune favor your journey. I'll catch you in the next.
That was a really good video, actually. I love these sort of like, what would you say, introspective video, looking at the game and trying to come up with ideas in how we can improve the game. I'm a stupid idiot, you know. I can criticize things easily, but coming up with a fix or a way to make something better is a lot harder to do, isn't it? I've said things that I think could make specifically Wuthering Waves, because that's the one I played the most, better. In regards to endgame content and extra content as well, in my opinion, which I'm not going to go over again because I've already said it. But this was a really good video, actually. Yeah, I'm glad I checked this out. Sean Set Go, should definitely check this dude out. It's nice to see a fellow millennial playing gacha games as well. But yeah, I really enjoyed that. And as I said, this is more on Zenless Zone Zero, but the whole time I was watching this, I was kind of just thinking of all these things being issues with Wuthering Waves as well. Different issues and affecting the game in a different way because they're different games. But I definitely do think as a whole within the gacha space, not all, but most gacha games kind of suffer from this in regards to the way the content is divvied up and how we're rewarded for it. Not just the rewards in terms of actual like materials, credits, in-game stuff like that, but the reward, the enjoyment reward. Like for me, a lot of the content when I found in Wuthering Waves, I'm just kind of going through the motions because a lot of it's just like, oh, I get some asteroids out of these, I get some mats out of these. It's not that engaging in itself. It's kind of just the same content that I've done before. Like the Simulacra was kind of just the same content. Oh, I'm just fighting multiple bosses here. Oh, I've just got to do it in a set time, get out a set amount of damage to get my points to clear the thing. It wasn't that interesting, if I'm honest. It just feels like filler stuff. I want something that's a little bit more stimulating. that gets me going a little bit more, that's more engaging, that's more enjoyable, that adds different elements and different mechanics all into the same thing. And again, I feel like raids and dungeons would be perfect. But I digress. I think there's plenty of other ways to improve endgame content and extra content in these games as well. But that was a really good video. Can Zenless Zone Zero survive long term? I think it will. It's a Hoyo game. But I agree with a lot of what he said in that video. Some really good points. So definitely check out Sean Set Go. Good video that was. Bro, I sound like a Terra Fantasy Shield right now. Explores economy gameplay. Let's have a look. Let's have a look what you guys are saying. Let's have a look what you guys are saying. I need a space vagina with grandiose music to pump my monkey brain. Speaking of skill, WuWa makes me feel like I should really get some. It does me as well sometimes, I'm not going to lie. People complain because difficulty in terms of mechanics didn't change in Genshin, like they played the same way they played from day one and don't like Z. Yes, I agree with that. I do agree with that. That's why, again, I go back to I think that Wuthering Waves has the best combat. And I think Wuthering Waves has so much potential to do so many different things because they've got that element. Really, like, they did it so well. It's just about building on it now and fleshing everything out around it. It could be an amazing game, in my opinion. And I'm not just saying that because I make content on it and I stream it. I really do like Wuthering Waves. If you remove the gacha system from Wuthering Waves, I genuinely think it's a fucking awesome game. And I think bringing in some MMO elements wouldn't go amiss at all, in my opinion. Traditional gacha games got variety. Oh yeah, I think it's easier to do variety in content when the content itself's a little bit more vertical. That's why I think Zenless Zone Zero inevitably, I think Zenless will get a variety of content, end-game content, I do, because it's kind of like, it's kind of squeezed in what it is anyway, so it's not hard to broaden it, if that makes sense. I think a game with like Wuthering Waves, coming up with the ideas to build around might be a bit more difficult, but the game's designed for it anyway, if that makes sense. I just think it's just going to take a little bit of extra effort from the developers to come up with some cool, interesting content that makes the core gameplay loop shine even more. At the end of the day, the core gameplay loop's really good. They just need to build around it. It sounds like an MMO. Yeah, people really hated on Terra Fantasy, put rare mountain drop. Yes, what did you like that or not? Because obviously somebody who's coming to the game late, that just seems like that's how it's supposed to be in the game, because I didn't experience a time before that, because I'm coming into Terra Fantasy like super late on. That's why I kind of want to experience 1.0 to see what everybody, well, for the most part, experience. I suppose it's going to be a little bit different than what it was on launch, but yeah. Terra Fantasy has a lot of changing mechanics in endgame. It's always different experience. I never go too deep in one mechanic. They did one and moved to another one. Yeah, I like that sort of stuff. This is what I'm saying that I feel Wuthering Waves needs. Faster resetting endgame content that, like, changes on a regular basis quickly. Have stuff that's more permanent, but stuff that's constantly changing all the time. I guess Terra Fantasy players don't really have a problem with content variety since the devs experimented a lot of stuff. Yes, I was going to say, I must admit, even just what I've played so far, just even in terms of like mechanic expression, just little things like going up in the balloon and shooting the dude. A lot of gacha games tend to just keep it with the core loop of content for the majority of the game, and then you get little spats of different stuff here and there. Man, I really feel like WuWa's got me in handcuffs. I want to keep playing, but with all the caps in place, it's hard to want to. I mean, possession, not overall. Yeah. This is what I say. This sort of extra content for me, that's more about the content rather than rewards, is how to fix that sort of stuff with Wuthering Waves. Because I understand mat limits, experience limits, wave plate limits, all this sort of stuff, because they need to, they want to limit it to a degree in what you can get in a set amount of time, because they want you to keep coming back, and that's all part of the game cycle, I guess. But having enjoyable content that might not necessarily give you rewards after, let's say, the second clear, but then it's just about that, dude, I want to keep playing this because it's fucking sick, and I can get stuff on a leaderboard or something like that, or I can have personal bests to keep beating. I don't get nothing for it, but it's the enjoyment of doing the content itself. It's because of Wuthering Waves superior content that I couldn't keep playing ZZZ. I felt like he was holding my hand too much. Yeah, I think that's the thing with Zenless Zone Zero, is that I think that will change a little bit, because That's why I was saying before that it feels like it's kind of in between Genshin and in between Star Rail. That it's an action game that almost feels like it's trying to add an element of an automated element into the combat, which I'm not the biggest fan of. Because for me, if it's an action combat game, I want to be able to free to express myself, whether I fuck up or you know. I feel like it's almost like an action scene in Call of Duty sometimes, where you go from feeling like you're in control to being semi on rails to just being a glorified cutscene where you can kind of move almost. You know what I mean? Not saying that's a direct comparison, but that's kind of the vibe I get from it. You're already limited with mats by having to grind them out with limited ways to do so. Yeah. I think the biggest bottleneck again for me in Wuthering Waves is the echo materials, because it's endless, isn't it? The loop for grinding mats is endless, really. You're never going to get that 10 out of 10 roll, really, or that 10 out of 10 drop, and then to try and replicate that across your set and across all your characters, it's impossible. So there's an endless mode there itself in farming echoes. But you get limited by your freaking materials in doing your echoes. Actually, that's one thing where I think they should definitely loosen up and be way more generous on in the game. Because in itself, the echoes in Wuthering Waves are almost like sort of like the end game in a way, aren't they? You know, because there's always a potential to get something better. I think people criticise power creep too much. That PvP raid dungeons is avoided by most gachas. I agree. That's is a factor. That especially if you have PvP, you are always going to have that argument of people are going to be like it's pay to win. But I suppose I guess that comes in by just having an arbitrary limit on character levels, you know, character gear, all that sort of stuff. It can be done, but I understand what you're saying. But then you'd have the people who argue that, well, I've got this fucking level 90 character and I've got a 5-star S6 whatever, and I've got all of this, and now I'm being limited because I'm playing with paupers. But it's like the balance has got to be found. He's trying to please everybody, isn't it? I think as well. I think in raids and dungeons though, I think if it goes into like, I think there's kind of maybe easy ways potentially fix it is when you go into a co-op, or if it's matchmaking specifically, there's just a limit. You know, there's a max power limit, there's a max stat limit, and your character can be on that, but the game will just automatically nerf your character. So everybody's kind of like, you know, because it probably will get frustrating trying to matchmake in dungeons and just getting carried through the dungeon because some dudes who's the whales just fucking destroying everything before you can even move. You know what I mean? So I think there is ways to work around that, but I do agree with what you're saying. I think that's probably one of the why, you know, it's just an extra thing to have to deal with that's probably seen as more of an annoyance than a benefit for them. I agree with that, Moomin. Power creep is inevitable though. People will always want new, more powerful characters to play, otherwise it feels stale. Yeah. Yeah, that's a fix as well. Max leveling the character, yeah. That's a good way to do it as well. And everybody's G'd up, like, in they. So I suppose, yeah. Because you get to experience that when you're trialing characters. So why not have that when you're in a dungeon? And if anything, it's especially as well, they could even have character selectors. So when you're doing dungeons, they could almost be used as trials as well. You can only use it 1 or 2 times potentially, but say there's a new banner character out, and when you go to do a dungeon, you can use the dungeon. It's a one-time only thing, and you have to clear the dungeon multiple times anyway to get all the benefits you want out of it. But there's a one-time chance to use a trial character, so you get to see that character maxed out, and then you're like, holy shit, I'm fucking pulling this character now. I think it's a good advertisement for the character as well. It's just finding a balance there of, or maybe turning off the rewards when you use the trial character, you know? So you're not using it to cheese the dungeon, being like, sweet, I ain't got to buy the characters now because I could, you know, there's that balance there. I think it's just about finding that balance and thinking outside the box a little bit for the devs. PvP now is playable with standard characters, and I would say standard characters in Tower of Fantasy is stronger than event ones. But they remember PvP when you have powerful event characters in PvP. Yeah, I do. I think there's ways around it. There is. It's just taking that extra bit of time to figure out the best way to go about it, isn't it? But I do. I genuinely think that raids and dungeons would really, really, really like add so much to Wuthering Waves, and it wouldn't be a bad thing at all. You know, They could have matchmaking, co-op, solo, have it all scale with the amount of players you're in. You know, you could, once you've cleared it once, you can, you know, it kind of acts like a hologram where the difficulty level ramps up, and, you know, you could have cool rewards, cool mechanics, a bit of freaking platforming, some like puzzling, some chests within there, some sub-bosses, some potential secrets and Easter eggs that if you figure it out, you can get into some extra area to fight a different enemy. And, you know, that's all good for the community stuff of like somebody puts up a video, secret boss in the whatever dungeon found where if you do these different things, it opens up a different path. And this, you know, it's an optional boss that you can go and fight and get some extra goodies and stuff like that. I feel like those sort of things would be really cool for the game. Yeah, I agree with that with Terra Fantasy so far. Like getting into the game, and that I think that's the best way to have it. Is it's simple, but there's a lot. But like I think it's because it's got that MMO element as well and the gacha element. Because I think personally, well, I find it when I stream anyway. When I play a new game and I'm streaming it, it becomes a little bit overwhelming, and I struggle with things that I would usually find easy because I'm streaming as well. But MMOs can be a little bit overwhelming, full stop, because there's a lot of stuff going on, isn't there? You know, you've got a lot of systems, you've got a lot of mechanics, you've got a lot of options, you know, in your characters, in your play style, in all the different subsystems of leveling up different things, and, you know, potentially fucking characters up, or however, depending on the game, of course. And then when you add in the gacha system as well, and all the different currencies and banners and ways to pull for particular stuff, it, you know, it does, you like, I must admit, like, still, I'm logging into Terra Fantasy now, and I'm like, I don't even know what the fuck that is. You know, I'll get there, but at the minute, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, kind of thing. Yeah, agree. Yeah, I must admit, I do think this update for Wuthering Waves does seem kind of, some of the things definitely seem like filler, in my opinion, you know? Like the alloy smelt, okay, cool for maps, not really interested. The fair event is the one that I'm looking forward to, and the tower defense, but I hope the tower defense feels has a little bit more to it than just what I think it's going to be. Like, I'm a little bit worried it literally is just going to be you in one particular area, you just have a wave of mobs come in, you kill them, another wave come in, you kill them. I hope they do add some systems that's kind of in like the elusive realm, some different mechanics, like how we had the spears, you know, like almost maybe even have like a trap system. That'd be really cool if they added in stuff like that. I'd like to see some stuff like that. You know, thinking outside the box, actually like trying to add a little bit more to it. But anyway, 2 seconds. I'm just going to go get myself a drink and I'll be back and we'll watch this video. Now, you know my pain on my first clears of that fucking stupid bird. Sticks with Terra Fantasy Shield at one point, but I don't know what happened to him. I was busy with playing the game, so I don't know too much of it. Dude, that's one thing why I'm looking forward to Neverness to Everness as well. I hope they look at all the stuff that was used as kind of a test bed as well for like different mechanics, things that work, things that didn't, and they bring a lot of, because it seems like Neverness to Everness is going to have a lot of systems in the game, which I'm looking forward to, actually. Really looking forward to that game. Yeah, actually, talking of sticks, there is a video in my watch later playlist of sticks talking about Terra Fantasy again, so you might just watch it for the lulz. Well, I tried to make a second character in Terra Fantasy. I would say if you don't care about story, it's easy to play, but when you start the story, you catch millions of bugs all over the place and crashes. Yeah, I'll say I already did have one bug right off the bat, didn't I, with the game? Sticks is creepy. Alright, let's check this video out then, shall we? Let's have a look at our girl, Jeji, a professional, and the Wuthering Waves Resonator Showcase. Let's go. Oh, they've hit 1 million subscribers as well, yeah. Let's go. Nearly 162k views in 9 hours as well. Okay, people are interested. People are interested.
Jaja! 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 Ooh, Jaja!
Can I help you, sir?
What I'm about to say might upset you.
Dude, I've got to admit, the voice acting is definitely taking a step up, right? It is definitely taking a step up.
Please don't worry. I'm a professional.
Dude, I'm loving her already. I really like her.
I've had another brilliant idea. So, the painting needs further adjustments.
Right now? Are the details written down?
No!
And you'd like it by...
Today, same as before.
But I told you I need a week's notice.
Come again?
I mean...
You mean?
It'd be best to...
Alright, boys. We might have to open the wallet on this one, lads. We might have to open the wallet on this one. I love her. I really, really like her, I do. I love the whole vibe. I'm liking this, like, you know, light, happy sort of environment we're getting in. It'll be cool if it's something nice and light-hearted, but I really like her as a character as well. She just, I love her voice acting. I love her design. I love how she's, like, quite meek. I'm a fan. I'm a big fan.
If you could...
Mm-hmm.
Never mind. What was your new idea?
It's simple. This is a painting of my childhood village. It needs to look bursting with life.
Like this?
The scenery's fine. The people need more life.
Like that?
No, more drama, more energy.
How about...
No, the revelries of life. Have you not experienced any? Chickens clucking, children playing, laughter filling the air.
Dude, they've gone all out with this, haven't they?
You get it?
Yes, sir.
Those were the days, the kitchen smoke rising from every home. Neighbors gossiping over laundry lines. Parents.
You know, the more and more I see this sort of stuff in this game, I am so excited for the new area, though. I can't wait till we explore the new country, nation, whatever it is. I just can't wait to experience more of the Wuthering Waves world with a different aesthetic, different culture, different vibe to it.
Yelling at misbehaving children, everything in disarray yet heartwarming.
We need to see more of this guy as well.
You still with me?
Oh, I'm listening. In fact, I know exactly what you're looking for. Now, just leave the rest to me.
I love her. I love her. She might be my favourite, boys. She might be my favourite.
It's just as I remembered. There, that should be a pond. And a house over there. No, wait, too big, smaller. That tree, a bit to the left. Wait, it needs to be lower. Yes. People, more people. The streets wider, the view more beautiful. And
I wonder if there'll be some sort of element of this with this fair event, potentially. You know, where she's creating this here. That'll be kind of like the vehicle for creating the gameplay side of things with the fair, potentially. That'll be Jeji kind of zhuzhing everything up, maybe. I don't know.
a forest of pure
I like this guy as well.
Rest assured, your painting is in safe hands. Ink drop brings it to life. Art unveiled. Here's the painting.
I love the effect animations as well on her attacks. They look really, really gorgeous.
Capture the spark. Witness the art's true form. A painting isn't just shapes and colors. It's more about how it makes you feel. With these final touches, what do you think of the painting now?
I think. The first draft was better. You can't make it happen? Then I'll find someone else.
Wait. I'll do it again.
Okay. I'm liking the whole
So today we're gonna look at the
I'm liking the whole vibe.
What's
Fuck
going
off,
on,
YouTube.
Soul Nation, and welcome to
I'm liking the whole vibe of this trailer. Actually, it's really light-hearted. It's really bright. It's vibrant. And I am a big fan of a design, a whole, you know, a demeanor, the voice actor killing it. And I'm not gonna lie, this dude as well makes the trailer actually. Like this is a really good little showcase for her. I love the effects for her attacks as well. They look really, really good. I'm excited for this banner. I am broke on my account now at the minute, boys, because I've been slowly chipping away at Chang Li's weapon. And I'm only halfway through it as well. And I'm kind of regretting doing it now. And I've kind of wasted a lot of my asteroids. And I'm a little bit annoyed about that. So we might have to open the wallet for this one, hopefully. Maybe we'll get lucky. We'll see how things go off the get-go. But I really, 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 really want to get her. I really like the character. So it might be a light spend, boys. A light spend, okay? But that was a great trailer. Man, I've got to say, Kuro are like making content like they've got, in my opinion, like they've got Genshin's budget. Like they are pouring out some really, really, really good stuff here. Again, if we can just get the sort of content I was talking about in the previous videos, like dungeons and raids, and oh my god, the potential. I'm really looking forward to this, though, and she looks amazing. Great video from Wuthering Waves. Love it. Got to drop a... Did it do it? Am I not even subscribed to them? There's a big number as well, man. 1 million subscribers. They're pulling out views as well. 10 hours, 160,000 views. Good to see. Long may it continue. And hopefully this update's good as well. Did I pause it in a dodgy bit? Did I? I didn't even notice. I like him. Yeah, he's cool, yeah. I can't lie, I want to see her turn a light crusher into a tiny harmless kitten. What's going on, Zillasark? Welcome to the stream. Still not going to pull for that one either, Arena, too much. The regret of a free-to-play gamer, for real. Like, I'm not free-to-play, but I haven't spent for a while on the game. Like, for a while now, for a couple of banners. And I'm really on it, majorly spent on like the podcast and the Asteroid Pass or whatever it's called. I don't forget what it's called now. The monthly pass anyway. Yeah, might have to you know, chuck a little cheat one maybe, you know, 30 quid in or something. Hope for the best. I'll just press the button on my headset. I don't know which one it was. But that was a good Resonator showcase, man. I'm really looking forward to that. I want to see some more of that content as well. Don't get me wrong. I like some of the dark stuff, some of the more emotional stuff as well. Well, it's nice to have like, I hope this companion quest for her is a nice, light-hearted, you know, upbeat story. Because I don't want us to get into this trap of like, everything's got to be like, oh man, that was a good one. That was a kind of emotional. That was like, you know, some characters don't have to have like a deep, dark past, do they? That made them who they are. Like, I'd like some stories that are like, dude, that was a feel-good little quest, that was. I'm gonna go around 800 asteroids. I'm pretty much dead, bro. I got like fucking 60. You know, once I log in today and do my dailies and stuff, I'll have a couple of hundred. But yeah, I am broke. Done the podcast though, so I'm happy about that. It's finished. Pardon me. Yeah, I like the Shorekeeper as well. This is where it's getting to now. They're coming out with a bunch of cool characters at the moment, and it's like, oh, dude, you know. I feel like I'm gonna, because at the moment I've got every character in the game apart from Ling Yang, which I don't even care about him if I'm honest. It would be nice to get him just to fill the roster, but I've got everybody. But I feel like I'm gonna be getting to the point now where I'm gonna, you know, gonna start missing out on characters, and I'm just gonna have to suck it up because otherwise I'm gonna be single. Because Rosie will be leaving me. How'd you get gear from the podcast? What do you mean? Well, you got the freemium version and the premium version, didn't you? Oh, it's just it ends in 20 hours, does it? So you can look, if you click on the left, the daily, the weekly, and the seasonal, it'll tell you things you can do to bump up your level. Oh yeah, that's for the premium. Oh wait, which gear? What particular gear you want about? I was playing Genshin, I was like, I like the character, I don't like that one. Playing where I'm like, I like every character, but can't pull. Right, for real, that's kind of how I am at the moment with the game. Like I said, the only character that I wasn't interested in at all really was Ling Yang. And that's just because, even though I got to like him towards the end of the quest, I just did my head in. He just did my head in. I was just like, oh, this guy triggers me and I don't know why. Oh, the weapons, yeah, that's I think you have to import the podcast to get the weapons, don't you? I don't know. I just always buy it straight off the bat. So I don't know what really you get for the free shit. I just auto buy, if I'm honest. Alright, let's watch this video as well. Indie game developers denounced Sweet Baby Inc. I'm curious.
A video game
Alright. Let's check out this video then. Because it's always funny to laugh at Sweet Baby Inc., you know? Why not? Why not? It's always funny to laugh at Sweet Baby Inc. So let's check this out. Indie game developers denounce Sweet Baby Inc. Let's see what he's got to say. This is Words of Paradise. Never watched any of his content, but let's see what he's got to say and see if it's any good.
A video game company that openly used Sweet Baby Inc. is now rescinding their support for
Dude's got some cool stuff behind him, I'll say that.
the company. Nature is healing. Welcome back to Words of Paradise. I'm your host, Leon Idle. And yes, if you hadn't seen, Datalic Entertainment community strategist says that company will not work with Sweet Baby Inc. moving forward. Then accuses gamers of trying to harm any developer. So we can't take like a full-on W. There is still a little bit.
Oh wait, so they says that they can't work with Sweet Baby Inc. But then gamers are trying to harm in developers. Okay, let's get into this. I'm curious, but it is so good to see developers just saying no thanks. We just don't need you guys. You know, because at the end of the day, they don't need consultants to come in to improve the game in any way or to make it more representative of the people playing the game. At the end of the day, if the game's good, it's going to be representative of the people playing the game because it's going to be a fun fucking game at the end of the day.
Bit of give and take here, but you know what? I can appreciate this for what it is. We're going to get into this article before we do hit the subscribe button. I'm a nerdy news channel. I cover nerdy news every day. And with Gamergate starting to seemingly slow down in the eyes of normies and the eyes of the optics, we got to stay ever vigilant and keep stories like this alive because not only is gaming at risk, but entertainment as a whole is just going down the tubes.
I don't necessarily think, in my opinion, that gaming is at risk or entertainment is at risk. I think people who lean into maybe putting ideologies and activism at the forefront of the works are at risk of having failed IPs and failed projects, which of course sucks for us at the end of the day. But I think in the end, it will just rotate back into being about making good content. Inevitably, it might mean that we have a period of time where we get guff and stuff that could have been good is just not as good. But I think inevitably, when gamers just don't spend the money and don't buy things and don't use the things, we'll start to see that pullback coming from the people who want to make cash, because at the end of the day, that's what they really care about. They'll only care about pleasing and appeasing as long as it's profitable, and be willing to do it if they can offset it against other profits. Companies will take losses on things if it makes them look good, if they're profiting elsewhere. And if it starts spreading to everything and they start losing on everything and the revenue goes down overall, watch them pull back from this shit as quick as shit.
And it's folks like you watching this and keeping these videos successful that keep these sorts of conversations in the public consciousness. So, a community strategist for Daedalic Entertainment, the publisher of Spitfire Interactive's Capes, revealed the company will no longer work with Sweet Baby Inc. in the future. However, he also accused gamers of...
Why? Why? Are we going to get some explanation of why?
...trying to harm Spitfire Interactive by opposing the woke ideology of Sweet Baby Inc. Now,
I can understand where the developer's coming from, though, there. You know, if gamers are just turning around and going, we're just not buying the game if Sweet Baby Inc.'s involved, which I understand people wanting to do that because they see Sweet Baby Inc. as this terrible part of the industry, which I'm not disagreeing with them, because I just think it's a thing that gaming doesn't need. But it does suck if companies are involved with Sweet Baby Inc. because it all depends on how much influence Sweet Baby Inc. have had on the development of the game, and if it's really changed things at the end of the day. You know, because they might be involved with certain games and it just hasn't changed the game at all. And if it hasn't, is it really worth boycotting a developer, so to speak, or just, you know, lambasting them online? I guess there's arguments to be had there whether people think they should, because, you know, some people really hate Sweet Baby Inc. I'm not a fan of them myself, but I think you should wait till the product comes out first, potentially. But I guess there's some people are just like, I don't want to support anything that's involved with them, because the faster that happens, the more likely they are to go away. But as the developer, as the person making the games, I can understand the frustration for them, with maybe seeing it harming them as a developer by just being associated with these people. It's fair to say, I guess, but I wouldn't necessarily blame the gamers. I think it's more mouthpieces that have been saying things, really, hasn't it?
Now, this is an incredibly biased
And not saying they're wrong. Not saying they're wrong.
I see it because, yeah, were people calling out the developers of Spitfire in this game? Yeah, they were. But there's a reason for that, and it's not the woke ideology, quote unquote. I mean, there is that aspect of it, but it's a little bit more nuanced when you get into it. So, again, I don't like the framing, but the information here is still good. Thankfully, you got your boy here to drop some honesty on you. It was brought to the public attention that Spitfire Interactive and Daedalic Entertainment worked with Sweet Baby Inc. for Capes in the game's end credits. The credits were showcased in a gameplay walkthrough video on Christopher Odd's channel. It revealed that Sweet Baby Inc. co-founded David Beddard and Chris Kindred, along with 10 others from Sweet Baby Inc. worked on the game, and bingo
it's, again, what sort of level of influence or work do they have on the game? You know, sometimes I think, is it just Sweet Baby Inc. just trying to get on the credits of video games to use as a resume for pushing to bigger publishers to get into other things? Or do they genuinely really have an influence? And I know they have had an influence on games, but, you know, sometimes they might be picking the battles where they're like, you know what, we just want to get on the credits here. But at the same time, it depends on the how they're getting themselves involved with these games as well, because we've already seen people who work for them, the things that they've said that they're willing to say to developers to influence them into allowing them to consult on the game, which is a problem in itself, nevertheless, of whatever involvement they have in the game. That in itself was a major problem, and enough of a problem for me to see them as a massive negative in the space. And we don't need people like this consulting on our video games, because at the end of the day, what do these 8 people have that developers don't already have in regards to understanding video gamers? Because I don't really think these people genuinely understand video gamers. They understand their activism and their audience that they're trying to appease, and at the end of the day, I think majority of those are not really video gamers.
Bango bongo, we got it right here. We got the screenshots of the credits. We got the full proof oh, look at that full logo and everything. They were so proud. They were so happy to have these DEI hire consultants work on their video
Did I say
game.
8 people?
When, let's
10
be real,
people.
it wasn't needed in the first place because none of this sort of consultation is ever needed on video games. But by God, they were happy about it until they...
I think the only time really that consultation's needed on video games, in my humble opinion, is if a game's really trying to delve into like historical facts, facts on like potential like medical stuff, psychological stuff, criminals, where it takes a real expert to be able to convey this information that a normal person wouldn't understand, like obviously you need a doctor or a physician to be able to tell developers, right, this is what would happen to a body, or this is what would happen to a person if this they came into contact with this thing, and the potential for this happening. If they really wanted to go in depth and be correct about something in the video game or something in their storytelling, or the history of a country, let's say, maybe like Japan, those sort of consultants, or actually get people who know what they're talking about. I feel that's the only time you really need consultants in video games, personally anyway. You don't need consultants for some dude to say, well, if you did this with this character, it'd make a lot of people feel really good about themselves. Like, fuck off.
They weren't until gamers came out in full force and until this game started being just ravaged on Steam. Given Sweet Baby Inc. was listed in the game's credits, Sweet Baby Inc. detected Steam curator list founder Cabrutus Rambo added the game to the Steam curator list as well as his DEI detective website. He wrote on X, "Sup guys, I bring a new Sweet Baby Inc. game for y'all." Now, there's something really interesting about this game. It was never listed as a game on their website. They try to keep it real hush-hush. Both Sweet Baby Inc. and Capes and Spitfire Studios.
Maybe potentially there was a request from the developers for that. Because if they've parted ways with them, maybe they really didn't want to be seen as be working with them. Which I'm not surprised that they wouldn't want to be seen to be working with them.
Didn't talk about one another, didn't post anything about it, because the backlash was evident. The public consciousness, the opinions on Sweet Baby Inc. of the situation at this point had been out in full force. However, once it came to light, company did what I wish so many more companies would do, because whether it was genuine or not, they started to backpedal and apologize and bow down and be like, "You're our customers, we are sorry." Also, fuck a couple of you guys, but we'll get into that in a minute. Pinta, the community strategist of Daedalic Entertainment, initially reacted to the game being added to the curator list, writing on the game's Steam forums, "We already had 3 months and 14 pages of constructive discussion about DEI in the forum and delivered a gameplay update focusing on exactly what the player base wanted." Now, I don't know if this is true or not, because I haven't played this game. I frankly couldn't care less about this game. Even if
So like having to have discussions about DEI with the player base is just ridiculous. Like, the only thing developers, in my opinion, should need to discuss with the player base is, what do you want from the game? Do you like what we've shown in regards to gameplay elements, mechanics, visuals, potential premise for the story? Like, if a character fits within the video game, me personally, I couldn't give a fuck whether it's a dude, a woman, a minority, a non-minority, a freaking robot dog. I don't care. Everything else is good and it fits in the story, and it's not shoehorned because some dude's rocked up halfway through the development of the game and gone, "Do you know what? That would be better if that was actually a woman. And actually, let's just go one step further. Let's make it so she's in a wheelchair. Actually, let's make it a cybernetic wheelchair lady and she likes other ladies." That would make it so much better. Like, that's what we don't need. That's what you don't need. But I don't give a fuck. I don't know why you need to have that discussion at all with anybody, really.
As it currently stands, I would not have cared less about this game. I don't know anything about it. I don't know the concept. All I know is the artwork that I've seen promoting it looks like shit, and it's called Capes, which leads me to believe
Never even heard of it myself.
And I don't give a fuck about superhero stuff in the modern era. So that being said, Sweet Baby Inc. or not, I wouldn't have been touching this game. But that's not the case for everyone. So perhaps they really did go in, listen to fan feedback, make some changes. And if they did,
I was going to say, I don't even know what the game's about. I don't know if it is about superheroes. But I think if you're coming in to make superhero stuff right now, it's just like, I just think it's the wrong time, isn't it, man? We've had it like for the last decade, well, nearly 2 decades now, haven't we, really? When did Iron Man come out? 2008, 2007? So we're talking like 16 years. And I'm not saying there wasn't a real good prime peak for Marvel and superhero stuff. We're kind of over the hill now, aren't we? I know we just had Deadpool and Wolverine, which I still haven't seen yet, but I've heard really good things about it. But I just think we've got so much, you know, that it's just like, it's just too much. I think if you're trying to come into that space right now, I think you're already in a losing battle, really, because it's just probably not going to be interesting.
I will say good on them. In fact, I'm going to be giving the studio a fair amount of praise during this article. That's not to take away from the negativity. There's going to be some, and it's going to be justified, but I will give praise where it's due. He continued, you don't have to take my word for it. You can actually read up on it yourselves, and then there's a link to the actual Steam page. We already were able to explain that Sweet Baby Inc. only worked briefly, mainly to bring the 4 to 5 people strong indie dev team into contact with fitting voice actors together with the devs. 2+ years ago, and many first skeptical players were able to find out there's no hidden agenda or something else we force down your throats or any concerns they have besides a well-rounded, diverse cast, obviously. You know,
see, at that point then, they're not acting as consultants, really, are they? They're acting as an agency, really. If their job is to come in and they've brought in voice actors, which is fine, you know, and I would imagine with the kind of company that Sweet Baby is, they've probably brought in particular voice actors, which I've got no problem with at all. But that's just them acting as an agency, really, isn't it? As a go-between between actors and a company, which if that was the role that they were playing all the time, I don't think anybody would have any issue with it, even if they were bringing in whatever. And even if it was, you know, because at the end of the day, if a voice actor plays a character good, who gives a fuck who they are? And I feel like if Sweet Baby Inc. had just played that role all the time, they wouldn't have got themselves into the hot water that they've got themselves into.
You know what? I don't mind the way he's talking here. I don't. He seems like he's coming in with brutal honesty. The way he's like, yeah, we're not coming in trying to force anything down your throat. It's like, when's the last time you heard a game developer, whether it be, again, genuine or with just disingenuity, you know, say a phrase like, imagine if Spider-Man 2, the Insomniac Spider-Man 2 came out.
No hidden agenda or something else is forced down your throats. Other concerns I had besides a well-rounded, diverse cast, obviously. So that there, they were saying that that's what they expect is a well-rounded, diverse cast, obviously. Why is that obvious? At the end of the day, it should be who's best for the job. If that just happens to be the most diverse cast ever, then who cares? They're the best for the job. That's how it should be. It should be on merit.
You got all that like gay shit and the pride flags and it, you know, being completely an altar for the Middle East, and they're like, whoa, we're not trying to force anything down your throats. No, they're not going to say that. They're going to use the corporate approved terminology of this is a game for a modern, diverse audience, a game where, you know, we want to see.
Which I think sometimes I don't have an issue with that in that regard. I don't think that necessarily means they are trying to force something down your throat. Hot take. In my opinion here, for some people probably. But I think just because something might have gay characters in, or might even have, you know, LGBT plus whatever iconography in terms of flags or whatever in a game, and then it's not in a game in another area, doesn't necessarily mean they're forcing it down your throats. It just means they understand that it is not going to be able to be used here because these people are actively anti this. So I don't necessarily see that as forcing something down your throat. I think when something's actively changed to fit a specific agenda, you know, if a character's designed from the get-go and then they change it to be able to release in an area where sometimes that stuff's literally just illegal, I don't have an issue with them trying to make money in these markets. Now, people could have the moral arguments of, well, should they even want to make money in those markets if they genuinely believe stuff? Different argument and conversation, in my opinion. But I don't think that's necessarily forcing it down your throats, personally. I think because in the West, we're quite accepting. I think it's when it is, and it definitely feels like it's shoehorned in is the problem, when you can tell that this isn't organic, it's not genuine. This is literally just to appease journalists and to look good for the media and to hit quotas, so to speak, in that regards, and everything's just turned on its head because it's, you know, hey, we look good doing that. That's a problem. But I don't think necessarily having characters that might potentially be gay in a show or a game, and then in other areas that's just took out of the you know, that's removed from the game because they just literally wouldn't be able to sell or wouldn't get any sales in that area. I don't see that as forcing it down your throat, so to speak. But I'm not saying that this stuff doesn't get pushed as an agenda from people's personal viewpoint of how the world should be. That's when it becomes a problem. And if it's a detriment to the rest of the game, in my opinion.
See the real world reflected. They're going to use such corpo speak. And so for him to go like force down your throats, I was like, I can respect it because at least you're not using the same corporate talking points we've heard over and over. I don't know if you're being honest or not. I don't know if you're being genuine or not, but I at least respect your disregard for normal corporate social practice. Pinto then concluded, so why did we just focus on the most important question that the OP was mentioning already?
I think sometimes that's one benefit you get from indie developers, isn't you? They're not corporate people. They're just people who like making video games, and sometimes you will get unfiltered responses from them, for better or for worse as well.
Game's fun, and this is exactly why I brought up the positive reactions towards our most recent update. We think you will enjoy it if you give it a chance. Ooh, give it a chance. We hearing a lot of that phrase, give it a chance, lately. We heard Bloober Team say, give it a chance, please, and beg us when it came to Silent Hill 2. We heard the director of the new Borderlands movie say, give it a chance.
I think you've already made a shit piece of content, haven't you, really? And I think if you're saying that, you're either accepting that you've made something that's subpar or has a perception of being subpar or has some elements to it, like potentially you've created something for an audience that has a fan base and you've kind of actively gone against the fan base. Not saying that's what's happened here, but I'm just talking about other stuff where you might have fans and you've created something that kind of actively goes against the fandom and trying to appease to activists, let's say, or Twitter, and then to come around and say, just give it a chance. I think you've already kind of admitted, even to yourself there, that, yeah, I've kind of built some of the trash. But just give it a chance. Give it a chance. Like, the work itself should speak for you, and you shouldn't have to say that, should you? Because it should be doing that for you, really. You know, the trailers, the gameplay.
Now,
you know what I mean?
Guys saying, give it a... Bro, after 10 years, after a decade of straight up dumpster fires, we are done giving chances. We needs to know. We ain't taking these leaps of faith anymore. This ain't Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. We ain't going after the Holy Grail, and there's some weird rock outcropping that we can't see unless we just take that leap of faith. No. We need to know, are you on our side? Do you understand the pulse of society right now? Do you know what...
I don't need somebody to be on my side at the end of the day, personally. I don't even need somebody to agree or have any sort of political affiliation with anything I feel. I don't need that from my developers. I couldn't give a fuck what they believe. If they can be arseholes, if they make good games, then hey, yo, I'm like, what? I didn't hear that. The game's good, you know what I mean? I don't need somebody to be on my side.
What your customers want or do.
I think that's why a lot of developers and publishers would be better off if they just shut the fucking mouth and just made video games. And I'm not saying they shouldn't be able to say what they think, but I just feel like for their business, they'd be better off just doing that anyway. Even if I agree with them, I just shut up, just make the video games, man. It'll speak for itself.
You not, because if you don't, we ain't taking no chances. It really is that simple. However, this explanation did not seem to hold water, as a number of recent reviews and the most recommended ones were negative and nowhere near 80% positive. In fact, only 56% of the 32 reviews posted in the last 30 days are positive. The voice acting was also heavily criticized. Now, mind you, the voice acting is what they claim that Sweet Baby Inc.
See, though, okay, again, gonna play devil's advocate, I guess, here. The voice acting could have been poor, but is it actually poor, or has it been a big thing that people have pointed out because they know that Sweet Baby Inc. was involved with that, so it's an easy one to say, well, the voice acting was shit anyway, you know? Just saying. I haven't played the game, it might be fucking dire. I'm just saying. In an indie game, there's a potential that it probably is kind of mid anyway, because they're probably not going to be getting the best of the best in.
Had literally the most involvement in. And yeah, recent reviews, it was mixed, 32 recent reviews. I don't know how much of this was people going in.
It's like you can't just, like, you know, reviews are great on Steam, they are. Let's not pretend that, you know, some people don't just review bomb games. You know, you'll literally have the reviews of like, hey, it's a negative review, no one's going to see this, but I'll just come out as I'm gay or something. Like, you know, nobody's going to see it, so I guess I'll just say it here kind of thing.
And after it was revealed that Sweet Baby Inc. was involved and just straight downvoting it into oblivion because of their involvement, that could legitimately be the case. I'm usually not one to be like, oh, review bombing.
Probably.
But let's be real. People are trying to make their voices heard, specifically when it comes to the Sweet Baby Inc. situation. So
which is fair.
That could be what's happening here. Or maybe it really just is trash. The updates are bad and people who are just getting into this game like, nah, bro, fuck this game. It could go either way. I don't actually know.
I think might be a bit of that because it's mixed. I would think if it was overwhelmingly negative, potentially it'd be the people think the game's trash as well. You know, the fact that it's mixed is that some people are obviously seeing something in the game. Is the rest of it that the game's actually just kind of mid, or is it because of the Sweet Baby Inc. involvement?
A post titled Conclusive Statement About SBI. Pinta explained there are 12 Sweet Baby Inc. employees listed in the credits. If all Sweet Baby Inc. did
I thought there was 10.
act as intermediary to find voice talent. He said it is an industry norm that if you contract a company, you credit the whole company, or at least what that they tell you who they want listed in your credits. If we really would have wanted to hide something, we wouldn't have put SBI in the credits at all, nor would we have been already talking in the Steam forums about.
He says that though, but I don't know. Maybe there's some sort of contract of when you sign up with Sweet Baby Inc. that you have to credit them. You know, potentially there could be. He could say that we if we wanted to hide it, we wouldn't put it in the credits. But then maybe they could find themselves liable. I don't know. I don't know how this stuff works, but I'm just saying maybe. I would imagine that when companies are involved with games, that especially companies, not individuals, potentially there is some sort of contractual obligation to, you know, credit them in the credits of the game.
About it during the last.
Pulling that out of my arse. I don't know. Somebody let me know.
Honestly, that checks out. I ain't even gonna front. Like, when if we want to hide something, we could have fucking hid it. Like, all right, fair enough. That is true. And yeah, as far as the industry norm of putting.
And as well, you would think it would be a mental contract for Sweet. I guess so. It depends if they're using it as a resume thing. You would think they would want to potentially hide their involvement. I guess it depends on how they're looking at it. Is it advertisement for other involvement in other games, or really, it would be better for them to really go under the radar, wouldn't it? You don't have to mention us at all, because that way they get involved with the games. The heat's off them, so to speak, and they can work themselves through the industry. But then at the same time, if they kind of become off the radar, then they don't have that potential to use it to build up the frustration that they said they would use against developers if they said no. So I guess, I don't know.
Folks' name on the in the credits. Yeah, we see that in Hollywood. We see that in gaming. We see that in you even see that in comic books to a much lesser degree, but you do see it. So yes, I don't know that this is 100% what happened. However, it is an industry norm, so it wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. Again, so far, not a lot of shade to throw at Daedalic. He then indicated that Daedalic will no longer work.
I wonder why then. Maybe potentially the voice acting was shit. They were just like, yeah, they brought in some fucking idiots, man.
With Sweet Baby Inc. moving forward. You learn your lesson. It took some punches, it took some bruises, it took a kick to the head, but you learn your lesson, and I respect it. You know, it doesn't matter how long it takes you, so long as you get the message, you course correct, you adjust accordingly, and you start going with what the fans, your paying customers.
I just don't see why they need consultant agencies for these kind of things. Again, me, you should need consultants when you need to know about things that take an expert and they're potentially or probably based in facts. I need to know what happens when this happens, or I need to know when this happened, who was involved, because I want these in my game and I want my game to be pretty factually correct. You know, we're dealing with a game that's kind of fantasy here or fiction, but I want things to be based in the real world, so I need to know what happened in this country in 1752, let's say. Is this true? But I don't see why I suppose with indie developers, maybe they might need a little bit of help in that regard, but there's plenty of other agencies out there, I would imagine, that deal with voice acting that could get them somebody a lot better, that, you know, are not a consultant. They're literally just a voice actor employment agency, because at the end of the day, you know, the producer and the directors, you would think, know what they want from the voice actors for the characters more so than just some random dude who's jumped on who really doesn't have any affiliation with the company other than they're just working as a consultant and they're getting paid to work with them, and then they're going to go bounce and work with somebody else after the fact.
So if you're not going to work with Sweet Baby Inc. any further, then by all means, I truly mean this. I wish you massive success on your upcoming...
Again, what the fuck is with the name Sweet Baby Inc. as well? Oh, that name's just so trash.
...games on your next endeavors. Still don't buy this game, because this game had SBI involved, and I'm going to stick to that, because let's be real. I'll talk about this like I talked about Tales of Kinzara Zao. There are going to be some indie games that Sweet Baby Inc. worked on. And does it suck that they are going to be penalized? These 3, 4, 5 small team developers? Does it suck that they're going to be...
See, like, I'm torn on that. I understand being like, right, and fair play, stick to your guns. Fuck that. They're involved, not buying it. But also, I feel a little bit bad for the developers, especially these indie developers, especially if it's true, these strong arm tactics that apparently the Sweet Baby Inc. said for people to use to influence developers and managers to involve consultants like Sweet Baby Inc. It's a lot easier for a larger company just to say, fuck off now. But when you're a small developer, I can understand potential fear kicking in of like, oh, we don't want this smoke. You know, there's just a couple of us here. We're barely able to make this game happen. You know, we're month to month here. We need to make sure things work. We can't really be dealing with all of this extra shit on top of it. So there's that part of it as well where, like, you know, I feel a little bit for them. And a lot of these people as well, especially these smaller teams, you know, when you're talking half a dozen people, a couple of people, sometimes individuals, you know, potentially being scared into this sort of stuff as well. These people, a lot of the time, are not business people. They're not savvy in regards to, they're far more intelligent than me, but they're not savvy in regards to all of the things within the business world and the things they have to navigate to get to the finish line. They're just people who like video games and have got a passion for creating stuff and are creative people who want to make fun stuff for people. So, you know, I'm kind of torn on it, but, you know, if people want to do that, I haven't really got a negative viewpoint on it because, hey, you know, you're sticking to your guns and Sweet Baby Inc. do really need to disappear.
Penalized based on hiring a company that it's entirely possible they had no negative knowledge about, especially in a case like Capes was from 2022. Yes, that sucks. This is also a culture war, and it's what we call a casualty of war. We gotta send the message. The message is, if Sweet Baby Inc. is involved, we will not play it. We will not buy it. No ifs, ands, or buts. There could be some really amazing games out there that had Sweet Baby Inc. attached to them for all of 2 weeks. Oh well, the message has to be sent. We got.
See, I guess maybe I haven't, you know, maybe I guess I don't have the moral compass, if you will, because I'm sorry, if a game's sick and it's top tier, I'm just getting it, man. I'm just getting it.
To make Sweet Baby Inc. persona non grata, and not just SBI, literally all the other consultation companies that are like them. Gamer X, Black Girl Gamers, you know, there's a myriad of these consultation companies. SBI is the one that gets the most flack because they're the one that's in the public eye the most, but we need to make this normal industry practice an absolute poison for these companies. He then indicated that data. Oh yeah, okay, we got that. The devs collaborated with SBI in early 2022. We are aware of the statements being.
I suppose there's part of me, like, at the end of the day, if a game's good and everything's good about it, that's all I want as a consumer. And I suppose I feel like if we're going to try and force devs into doing a particular and work in a particular way, are we any different than the people trying to force them to do it their way? I understand it's a reaction, it's a fight back, so to speak, but the result's the same result, isn't it? In that we're enforcing, you know, how people should be running their businesses on them, and yeah. It's hard to, you know, I do think fucking companies like Sweet Baby Inc. need to fuck off, though. That's all I'll say.
Connected to SBI in the years to come, but in 2022,
I suppose I'm just a little bit less extreme in how that needs to happen, I guess.
In 2024. Now, that's interesting. If the information, if you had this information about SBI and you went a different route, you're saying you wouldn't have used them. That is more than I can say for a lot of other devs, but are you just saying that to placate the gamers? Are you saying that to placate your customers? Or do you actually believe this? Because if you actually believe this, it goes to show you have some semblance of care for the gaming audience at large. And again, if so, I can respect it. Finally, he admitted that regardless of Sweet Baby Inc.'s involvement, the company is committed to inclusivity and equality. He wrote, as a company bringing games to an international audience, we take the term inclusivity and equality literal. We don't condone hate towards any type of group. This includes, among POC, LGBTQ+, and others, white male gamers as well. This is the very, very first time I have ever heard of a corporation actually acknowledging the white male gamer, which, let's be real.
I was gonna say, I must admit that I don't think I have as well. Just seeing that quote, somebody saying that white male gamers as well, and acknowledging that is and let's face it, is the majority, at least in the West, of Western gaming audiences. And the reason I say the West is because, let's face it, all of this stuff is happening in the West. It's not happening in China. It's not really happening in Japan. It's not happening in Korea. This is happening in the West. So the majority is, for those games, still straight white men, or at least white men, and then men, you know. So that is interesting to see that, actually. It is it's odd, isn't it, that they're seeing that now. He's kind of like, wow, that's weird. It shouldn't be like that, but yeah.
Is probably well over half your customer base. And I still have a problem with it. And the reason I have a problem with it, white male gamers, we ain't a monolith. Just like black male gamers ain't a monolith.
True. This is true. This is why all of this shit in itself is ridiculous. You know, quotas, appealing to groups. This is why this is just another, going back to the talk of tribalism again, it's just another form of tribalism, as if sections of different minorities think the same because they look a certain way, or they have a sexual orientation, or they're from a particular part of the world. Like, it's just mental and in itself. That's why I say, if you just make...
Stop!
Okay. All right, dude. Okay. Didn't have to word it like that.
I am not gonna be put in a fucking box as a white male gamer. I'm just a gamer, bro. I'm just a gamer. My fucking whiteness and maleness ain't got dick to do with it. If I was born a bit more melanated, the only difference would be that I would probably play NBA Jam instead of Jack and Daxter. Beyond that, I would probably still be a gamer.
No, he's trying to be light-hearted there, but he's literally just said what he was against.
So, yes, just stop with the label bullshit, because regardless of whether you throw white male gamers in there to try and placate us, that is part of the problem. We don't care about this nonsense. We don't care about this identitarian bullshit that so many individuals are pushing. Now, I do appreciate...
If I was Canadian, I'd like maple syrup and hockey.
The sentiment behind it. I do appreciate the fact that you want to make a point that white male gamers are not our enemy, and we're going to include them in a statement with POC and with LGBTQ+. The intent is there, and I get it and appreciate it. But...
Okay. Oh, is my internet playing up? Is the stream still up? Amazing. Was YouTube just being weird? Okay. I think YouTube's freaking out for me. Okay.
Team of 5 to 6 developers, at which point we're like, no, we're not.
Yo, what's up, Jamie? Just doing internet speed tests. Must be YouTube, man, because I'm getting like 1,100 down. Stream's still up. Getting a little bit lower upload, but we're still getting like 75 up, 1,150 down.
A video game company that openly used Sweet Baby Inc. needs to be sent to Sweet Baby. Stop the actual bullshit. They do go on to say how they're very upset that, it does seem that a group of people...
Oh, I've seen enough from this dude anyway. Whatever. I don't like Sweet Baby Inc. I don't think people who make my video games need to necessarily agree with me or be on my side. I just want good video games at the end of the day. I don't think video games need consultants in regards to who they employ. I don't think they need consultants in how their character should be written or how their character should be look. I think the only time video games need consultants, in my opinion, is if they're dealing with historical facts, medical facts, you know, things that require experts in, like, I need to know what happened at this particular time because it's going to be a part of my video game. Or say you're doing something in a game where, I don't know, it's something to do with psychology or a mental state of a person, and you don't want to, like, attack it from the wrong angle and, you know, potentially piss people off because you're just talking about, you know, talking out your ass. Or, you know, I want to know what happens to the human body if this happens, or they come into contact with this because I'm making a game that this is going to be a part of and I want my game to be realistic. That's the only time you need consultants, when you need genuine experts. These consultant agencies are just bullshit. They're just vehicles for people who are activists to push their view of the world and how it should be onto other people that they don't actually care about and actively kind of dislike. They want to change the consumer's viewpoint instead of just giving the consumer something enjoyable. At the end of the day, the best way to get your I want my characters, I want so many characters in a game to look like this, is if at the end of the day the game is just good. Nobody's going to give a fuck what the characters look like. If you're trying to put that at the forefront, if you're trying to change things, if you're trying to come in and flip things on the head midway through development, it's never going to end well. I think Sweet Baby Inc., companies like that need to disappear. But I also think it's a shame that small indie developers are getting caught in the crossfire, because I don't think they necessarily have the arsenal or the ability to necessarily pull away from companies like Sweet Baby Inc., you know, especially with the world we're living in the West nowadays. That some people just don't want the smoke. They just want to try and make a video game and just, you know, get beyond all the bullshit, don't they? And it's a shame that this sort of stuff happens. And these agencies kind of, like, you know, use, you know, perpetually offended people as a weapon to get what they want, you know? And it's all, at the end of the day, it's just a profit for themselves, really. So it sucks. It's a shame that games are caught in the middle of all that, especially small indie developers as well. But I guess it is what it is. If you dance with the devil at the moment, you're gonna what? Get burned, I guess. But anyway, yeah. All right. Yo, Jamie, how you doing anyway, though, buddy? On a 5-stream streak. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I don't know what happened there, man. YouTube just shit the bed. I thought my stream had gone down. Yeah, I refreshed a couple of times, but it was just like, one having none of it. Yo, guys, as well, if you're watching on YouTube, be sure to drop a like on the stream. It's very much appreciated. It helps out a lot as well. And I love your faces for it, guys. I love your faces for it. But, yo, we're going to jump into some Terra Fantasy now. Got a couple of other videos that I want to watch, but we'll watch those another day. We'll watch those tomorrow, maybe, or later. I did want to watch Terra Fantasy is Given Up, but we'll watch that later as well. It's from your boy Sticks as well, so I know it's everybody's favourites. But let's get into some Terra Fantasy, shall we? Let's get into it. All right, older percent as well, because Rosie did phone me while I was watching one of those videos, and I want to see what she's got to say, you know? You know, Butterfingers. Not too bad. Just got on, went out for a bit to have some me time. Good, good, man. Yeah, how you feeling anyway, dude? You feeling alright? He's chatting shit about Terra Fantasy. The game is more alive than ever, been struggling to get in channels because they're all full. Sticks it in. Is it another Terra Fantasy dead video, is he? Sticks cracks me up. Yeah, as well, when you were asking earlier now, is it a Kuma? Yeah, he's a Kuma. That's what he is, he's a Kuma. I knew she'd do that. 2 seconds, chat. Rings me. I couldn't answer. So I phoned her back. She didn't answer. And as soon as I come back down and sit down, somebody rings me again. There we go. Alright. Alright. Getting there. A bit of chest pain, so got to see doctor again. Well, they get that sorted, dude, man. Have you had any, like, sort of idea why it happened? Obviously, if you don't want to say, dude, just say fuck off, pigs. It's got nothing to do with you. But, yeah. Fuck, bro. Bluetooth connected. I just realised I've been running my fucking phone on data all day when I've been in the house. Way to go, pigs. Fucking cretin. You idiot. You fool.
Authorization.
Fool of a took. Dillick and Mazroy look like they're going to be United players very soon then. Medicals today. Let's go. Bummer. Sorry. Sorry. Apologies. My bad. Give me that free stuff. I like free stuff. Give it. More free stuff. Lovely. What's this? Free stuff? Any more free stuff? Yeah. I like free stuff. Any more free stuff over here? Yeah? Oh, yeah. Let's go. Are these worth ever using these for? Venus supply box. What's in a Venus supply box? Supply box with a variety of gifts open to obtain one domain 9 gift. Domain 9. What the fuck's that mean? I've seen people saying that about domain 9. What the fuck's that? Can't do that yet, can I? Still like getting a lot of terminology in this game where people are like,
finally
yeah,
here, huh?
they mention something like that, and I'm like,
waiting.
I don't know what any of those words mean. Might as well just talk freaking German to me, you know? Because, I don't understand, man. What am I better pulling on now? Am I better pulling on, Okay, so these are premium, sure. This is like standard banner, yeah? Is this like the permanent one then? No. Had an anxiety attack that caused a mini heart attack. Fucking hell. Have I said there's any actual issues with your heart though? Free rider and sharp mountain new area looks sick. Nah, I can't get on the on any of that stuff. Yeah, this is Nola. Yeah, the one with the bike, because that was kind of cool. Like beating the shit out of people with a motorbike. I like that. That was fun. What do I use these for? Converted black gold in equal value. Wait, does that turn into these? So is that like 25 pulls? Gamma time! You need 120 and you can buy the... Oh, okay. 120... I get one every time I do a pull, do I? Okay. Oh, I only get on... Oh, okay. So don't cross over the banner then. Interesting. Alright, interesting. I should do some pulls on these mattresses, actually, because I need some mattresses. I've got no mattresses, so, alright, fuck it. Let's do a guaranteed S or SSR every 10 orders. Alright, fuck, let's go. Yamba! Yamba! Like an old lady in Vegas. Give me my shrapnel, man. Let me put it in the machine. Okay. Where's my SR? Freeze surrounding in blocks of ice. Frost bot quick freeze. Okay. Alright, cool. I can order one more, yeah. Let's go. The tubes are pumping the blood around the heart and arteries of narrow. So, because that's like similar to what my mum. So what is it like microvascular? It's like my mum's got like, I think it's called microvascular something disease or something. Like for a while, they've like, you know, a lot of doctors have been like, you know, entire thing. It's like when there's small ones that like sit all around your heart, narrow a little bit, isn't it? Yeah, because my mum has to take a medicine like that basically just expands them. It took her a while to get used to it because like it just gives you raging headaches.
I just don't like standing still.
And she's been a lot better since she's been on her medication, actually. Wait. Oh, I got 110. And wait. So if I do another 10 pulls, will I be able to buy a character? Is that what that means? What are the black nuclear special order things as well? I got so many questions. Okay. Only a consolation if you can't have the character on standard. Is that what's a consolation? Is that a copy? Is that what that is? Or is I don't know what a consolation is. Talk to me like I'm 3 years old. It can't be, okay. Yeah, from Scotch. A mechanical yeah, I've got that one in, yeah. I think I've got that one. I've got that one actually?
I don't care where we go. I just don't like standing still.
Alright, I'm gambling. Chill out, relax a little bit. Oh yeah, we got Pepper. We got Pepper. Yep. Yeah, I need to level this bad boy up, don't I?
Medical unit is ready.
I'm really using it in the minute, am I? I don't know if it would be better. I don't know if I'd actually might be better using this though. Like that attack buff is kind of nice, but what if I like? Tax 127 resistance HP. It's like I feel like I need to use it because it's gold. Should I use this bow? Oh, what's this? Absolute zero. Let's have your gold suffer pulls in your standard. Right.
Pet my ears! Go on!
What's Fenrir's weapon? Oh, is it them dual things I've got? No. Is he? Did you? Yeah. Yeah, I want to level them all. So, like, people saying, like, you can get this heals on this, yeah, but how the fuck do you get your heals on this? Okay, we need to get some of these, don't we? We need to go, Oh, wait, can you, like, synthesize those up or something? That's not done yet. Let's augment this bad boy. Fuck it. I kind of like this thing, though, actually. It's kind of cool. I like it. I think I'm going to upgrade these as well. You know, I must admit, the audio and everything in this game definitely does get me like, ooh, I like the sounds. Let me click more. Might be wasting materials, but I like it. Feedback from my monkey brain. I might do me thing, but yeah, let's not mess around too much. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's get some stuff done once this here. Ooh, free stuff. No? We'll get that. What do we get? What's free? Nothing? What's that? I want that. Sweet. Wait, right. Go to the specified location and re-accept. Oh, okay, we got to finish because we was like part way through a mission, wasn't we? I quite like this skin as well, though, on this character. She looks dope. I like the attack animation as well. Alright, let's get into it then. Is it below me? guessing it's below here. Down the deck. I think so, yeah? He's candy. He's a candy.
What a cool surprise!
You see the top row of symbols, one with the red dot on the far left, that's the events page. This one here. Yeah, I don't think I can do any of the I don't think I can anyway. Can I? Reach Wanderer level 19 and complete mission end of day. Okay. Yeah, I think I've got to do end of day to do any of these. I think, yeah. Seaside Summer Bash. Mate. Complete main story mission, enter the network. Right, okay. Yeah, I think I've got a few missions to do, yeah. Oh, the yacht. Where's that one? Which one's that yacht? I can't even claim any of these, can I? Cool coastline. Yeah, I think I've got to do more missions, yeah. How far in is that mission? I can do these though, yeah? No. So these are enter the network and unlock the map. How far is that in then?
When you can read the wind, you can predict the weather.
Oh no, it is up. It's up. It's up. It's up. I'm going down. She chose down. Alright, let's get back up. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, damn. Let's try and see if we can spam for it in the next few days. So I do want to try and do the story if I can. Right, start banging through these missions, shall we? It's gone, Tegsy. Just got back on. Just got back on. Okay. Oh yeah, I remember now. We got it. Oh yeah, I remember actually. We got here and it was bugged out. I couldn't pick it up and it was like right at the end of the stream. So I was like, we'll just do it next time. I actually couldn't pick that up. It was just bugged out last time. Game's like nah, mate.
Thank you. But the control for the mining carts has been damaged. I have to see whether it still functions normally. Would you mind going to the control and send a mine cart this way?
Dude just aged 30 years, didn't he? The hell? Skipping story to the next map, not really spoiling your past stories, just leaving you like in a mystery of how you got that to that point. Yeah, that's what happened when we went to that, when he put me to Vera at first and he just gave you like that quick synopsis. I was just like, what the fuck's going on, man? I need to do this. I'm getting memories of a Star Rail, man. In the Bellabog mines.
I don't think I have time to rest. have to repair the tracks to make sure things get around.
I think you should rest, bro.
Looks like you're sick too. Are you sure you're going to be okay?
It's not serious. I'll be all right.
Sounds
You
kind of
pass it
serious.
on and they'll come help
Sounds
me.
kind of serious.
Have you taken any medicine?
We still don't know what kind of disease it is, much less what medicine to take.
Yeah, once you're in a new area, you can go back to next.
Dr. Nori in the mine
Oh, what, like,
said
so you
this
can
illness is
bounce ahead for like an
beyond
event
what
set
they
and
can
then just
do
go
here.
back and continue on.
Well, I didn't have much hope to begin with.
So what medicine did Giggs bring?
Anyway, thank you. You should report back to Mr. Kim. I can take care of things here.
Please, watch yourself.
I wondered he's gonna collapse. Almost got it, that. Ooh, chesticles. Chesticles.
We're sharing this with everyone, right?
Is that like a Robo King? Robo Brahmin.
That's too much.
Oh, fucked up. Oh man, I fucked up big time. Ooh. Yeah, we're gonna have to kill these, yeah, because I want that chest.
Freeze where you are.
Oh, so we get some heals as well. Okay. I love the fact we get some tunes as well, boys and girls. Let's go. Get our K-pop on while we kick the shit out of people. Wait. Oh, there's that, yeah. Oh, that fucker. Dude, I gotta stop taking full damage, man. Okay, I like the skill on this weapon. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
What a cool surprise.
That's pretty dope. More games should have that sort of stuff, like. I love the fact as well, climbing doesn't consume stamina. Control forcing. Oh, you don't get nothing, do you? If you it's kind of a waste to force them, yeah. Out, done it again. Hello.
The issue at the transfer station has been resolved. Mr. Irvin is wrapping things up.
Thank you for your help, Special Agent.
Mr. Kim, on my way back, I heard that the medicine you distributed is not having much of an effect.
Would you get the same effect stroking a robotic cat, you know?
To take effect. Nevertheless, it's better than nothing.
I feel like if you're gonna have a robotic cat, it'd be a good idea to have
Why
like
don't you tell
a
everyone the
coat on
truth?
it as well, so you could get the.
I gave them the medicine they wanted so they can go back
The
to
feel?
work with hope. We take what we need. That's the best outcome anyone could ever hope for. Of course, our labs are conducting targeted experiments. However, this is the first occurrence of such illness. We have to start from scratch. You must understand, Special Agent. It takes a lot of money, an astronomical amount of money, to develop a new drug.
When did this game come out?
I can only hope you know what you're doing.
I truly admire your sense of justice, Agent. That said, I can handle a mess better than you can.
Dude, I bet he looks so weird naked. I know I shouldn't be thinking that stuff, but like,
interest you more.
How big and long his arms are and how big he is at the top, and he's got like little legs.
Several monitoring stations outside
Did his coat just disappear?
Fortunately, we have located the whereabouts of the stolen Astrum.
It's growing back. Oh, it's gone again.
Just as I anticipated, the hyenas are responsible for the theft. I assume the goods have already been handed over to their leader, the irritable Lady Lucy. Some people call her the Hyena Queen. Their camp rests at the
2021
top
and
of the
2022,
mountain.
okay.
There are a great many of them. They
So
are
the
not
tail end,
easy
then.
to deal with. To give us a fighting chance, I have hired a bounty hunter at no small expense. Dr. Hamlin, the Iron Shell. He is a very famous machinist. I hope you can cooperate with each other. Hamlin lives on the mountain. I will inform him of your arrival.
I like how his voice comes from his mustache.
Special Agent.
You know? Is there a... Oh, shit. Do you know... I need to start hitting these up down, man, to make life a little bit easier for myself. Where is this one here? Like, right here, yeah. Yeah, let's get this. Otherwise, the traversing is going to become a pain, isn't it? No. Basically, an indie dev game. Got too popular, originally had 50 devs, so that's why. Oh, we didn't only have 50 devs originally. Yeah, man. It's a big undertaking for 50 developers. Yeah, one thing so far with this game, the soundtrack's been gorgeous, in my opinion. Really like it. First, before we go there, I just want to, I'm assuming it's up here, yeah? I want to get this rift. Get me fast travel, there we go. Lovely. I like how this is random moss. It's green as well. I think I made this like longer than it needed to be, man. Like, though, I do love the fact that, obviously, you want to take your time. You don't have to burn any stamina at all climbing up things. Genshin could never. Saying that, never could run waves. She does not skip freaking leg dive. Shavaloke. Come on. It's only... Oh, did it really? Oh, okay. Hey, even so though, man, the fact that they realised and listened to people that it was a bad system and they changed it, I don't understand why Genshin just like refused to deal with that. Oh, was it? Oh, so I came in at the right time then? Because there's a lot of verticality in this game in some places. I would have hated that. Really? Oh yeah, definitely a good change then. Yeah, mate.
Hi, Chris, sent you, right?
What commendable manners you have.
Oh, sorry. Not exactly the talkative type. Mr. Kim told me what you've got planned. I don't mind the extra help, but you'd better be as strong as he said. I just hope you don't get in my way.
We need some Dragon Ball Z references, man, considering everybody seems to have fucking irrelevant meters. Voice
that
things.
Mad Woman is probably resting in the camp. I don't know the situation on the inside. There are guards patrolling every inch of that place. What kind of question is that? I'm going to continue debugging the mission equipment. Why do you think they call me the Iron Shell? Brutes like you try to solve problems with your fists, but I'm different. I use the power of science and technology. For this mission, I've assembled the Destroyer mecha. It still needs some debugging and upgrading. It should be ready in a few days.
So you use science to use brute force? Okay.
Huh? You mean, you want me to rush in there now? I'm telling you, there's no way we can do it. I'm getting paid to do a job, not to throw my life away. I won't make a move unless I'm fully prepared. Or perhaps you're willing to take the risk and drive this mecha into the camp yourself.
Yeah,
I can provide you with technical support.
Yeah, man, I'll do it.
How about that?
I get to drive a mecha. Let's go.
Huh? You're confident, I'll give you that, but it
Let's
takes a
go.
lot of
I don't
energy
think
to
I
start
have
up
a
this
grapple
destroyer.
now.
Go and find some for me. There are lots of these things around here. Take
Sam on the
this
jetpack will
cybernetic
go.
arm.
Oh, what? Go
It'll help you
completely.
to deal with the small fry, but be careful not
Also
to
give him a
alert that Mad
wall
Woman
and
on the
double jump,
inside.
then stick to a wall again and
All right,
repeat
let's go to
faster to
work.
go. It's just another thing you can get from double jump. Right, okay.
I made special adjustments to
Yeah, I don't
this.
think I've
It's going
got
to feel
a...
great when you use it.
How do I get to my tools now? Is it relics? Yeah, I've got the grapple. Yeah, it's a cybernetic arm, isn't he? Yeah. Yeah, I got that. Yeah. I'll switch it out instead of this hoverboard thing. Yeah. Kill. Alright, where we go? Let's get the mecha suit.
The energy should be in this area. Don't let her see you and come back as soon as possible.
Okay. Oh shit, I've only got 9 minutes left. I wonder if I can get on my bike with this? No, okay. What if I can ride my bike with it? See, just like little things like this, I appreciate. You know, the game's like already started the game. It's got lots of you know, little additional gameplay variants, which I feel like this game has done a lot more so far than the other gacha games at the start of them. Actually, even probably throughout the games, actually. Oh, we got blasters as well. Let's go. What does one do? I like this. I like this. This is good. This is cool. Oh, I gotta destroy the energy canisters. Where the fuck are they? Oh, the big pet. No. I'm assuming this is the energy canisters, yeah? Am I locked on somebody over there? Oh, we're gonna collect them. I'm gonna break them, I've got to collect them. No one was having difficulty locking on. Do it then. Quick, 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 quick. This is cool. Okay, we've got 40%. There's more over there. There's a big one. Look out my way, boys. Dude, you have to see like your mates just get dashed around by this. You know, you just be like, fuck this, I'm gone. I don't get paid for this. It's pretty cool. I like it. By the way, the reward today or yesterday, the box of gold gear is completely fully upgraded with all the stars. Might not be the best stat since I've mainly attack. Okay. Yeah, I'm still overwhelmed, like I say, by all the systems in the game at the minute so far. Gotta, you know, get used to it all a little bit at the minute. As I say as well, when I learn games on stream, I learn them so much slower than I normally would as well. Trying to absorb new stuff while I'm streaming, brain just doesn't work like that, man. I am a bloke in that regard. I cannot do multiple things at once, you know? I can barely speak, so it's hard to do games and stream. Right, one more. Oh, well, I'll get it tomorrow. No, actually,
Don't get tangled up with those guys.
I think I did logins Saturday and Sunday. I think I did anyway. If I remember right. I'll double check. You go, mate.
Ah, back so soon? Looks like things went well on your end.
It's because I don't mess around, bro.
The destroyer is ready too. We just need to charge it and
Don't
it'll be
mess
good to go.
around.
But before you leave, I want to make a deal with you.
I don't offer sexual favors,
I heard
no.
from Kim that you came for the Astrum.
Oh, okay.
It just so happens that I've always wanted to see real Astrum up close. So, after you get your hands on it, can you let me take a look at it first?
You got a deal.
Haha, great! I'll recharge the mecha now. You can help me to start up the energy device.
Okay.
Start the powering device, will you? I'm getting ready to power the destroyer.
I quite like the character design on this character, actually.
Get on when you're ready, and I'll send you to the Hyena Queen. I hope you survive.
Okay. Am I getting inside it? How do we fit in there, bro? Oh, shit. This is snug. So I'm saying already, like, within this mission, we've got 2 cool ways of interacting with the game around us. Pretty sick. Hey, give me a mecha, I'm happy. Oh, boom. Oh, shit. I didn't realize the range. Oh. Who's that? Who's shooting at me? Oh, that was not the move. That was not the move. I can't go any quicker. Oh, it's you. Is that dead? Who else has got? Oh, I see him.
You defeated her?
Let's go, boys.
The destroyer is already. I need to be back.
This is kind of fun, actually. I like this. Ah.
You can take care of the peons on your own, right? Turn off the energy shield and come back with Astrum.
Oh, well, I can get that. I can have that to play with whenever I want. Well, good news, the next major update will revolve around mechas. I'm sold. I am sold. Oh, that's sweet. These really only good early games since they replace your actual weapons and stats. Yeah, I suppose, I guess, if you're fighting against harder content, I suppose. Still pretty cool, though. Is it good? Moment. That was fun. I enjoyed that. Hold up, I got mail. You got mail. I've read your mail. You got VD.
Haha! The lone hero triumphs. I can settle my commission with Mr. Kim. As per our agreement, I'll hang on to the Astrum for safekeeping. I'll return it once I've had a good look at it.
Okay, seems a bit sus.
Don't worry. I'm not the most popular guy you'll ever meet, but if I'm anything, it's trustworthy. I'll stay here for a while. Come back and find me later on.
We'll come back, he's cleared up and fucked off. Okay. Talk to Franz. Grab one for this? I don't know.
Keep up the pressure.
You're finally here.
Mr. Franz, have you brought us any new information?
Nothing good. You must have heard about the recent illness spreading through the mines. Have you found out anything relating to this matter?
Mr. Kim said it was some kind of new unknown disease. His people are developing treatment, but he also admitted the medicines he brought won't work much. I think he might be hiding something from me, but I couldn't figure out what it was.
I'll check for other clues. You keep an eye on Giggs, and let me know if any news broke. I sent the medicine from Mr. Kim back to Hykros for testing, and found something unexpected. These medicines seem to contain only common chemical compounds, but Dr. Henry also extracted a small amount of inactivated virus from some samples. The gene segments of these viruses have been artificially modified to contain a certain genetic sequence. Once a patient takes it, the inactivated
with this shit
virus
coming out
will
right
infect
after
the
COVID,
normal
I bet
cells
some
in their
people was
body
fucking
and
freaking
integrate
out.
the unique sequence into the host genes. In short, these medicines will alter the genes of the people taking them to a certain extent. Also, Dr. Henry
This is what
analyzed
people were
some
freaking out
biological
with, aren't they,
samples of
about
the heirs
the
of Ida
RNA vaccines?
and
It's going to alter
detected
the
identical
DNA.
gene sequences, meaning these drugs are most likely related to the heirs of Ida.
Heirs of Ida? Genetically modified? So, what is Mr. Kim trying to do?
I'm not entirely sure that Kim has anything to do with this. Giggs was responsible for the research, development, and production of the drug. He seems to have made contact with the heirs of Ida behind Kim's back. I also found someone selling the same things in Banges, and the source seems to be somewhere in the mining area. Giggs must have something to do with all this. We have to find out who this supplier is. I'm counting on you to investigate the local area. Be careful not to make contact with Mr. Kim's people, lest you tip off the traitor.
Okay, I'll meet back up with you once I get a lead.
Okay. Didn't I open that? Hold up, I just need to get my my wire from my phone. I need to put my phone on charge.
I don't care where we go. I just don't like standing still.
And it's insane the amount of difference the AC makes. I walk out into the hall, just like, just walk into a wall of heat.
You don't seem to quite know your way around here. You're new, aren't you?
I like as well in this game that our older characters actually look old and disheveled characters actually look disheveled rather than just being like, they kind of look like the rest of the characters, but they got like a line under their eye that's like, oh, that person's older. You know, they're not 25. Basically, he's a 25-year-old with a few wrinkles.
Well, I've lived here for decades. I can tell who's new and who's not. The eyes always give it away. You seem to have questions, young one.
Well, do you know who from the mines make regular trips to Banges?
Chris probably takes the most trips to Banges. That kid never stays still, even as a child. Rumor has it he'd steal poor ore to sell, but that's unproven since no one's ever caught him.
It's like muggy as well today. Like we had a thunderstorm earlier, and I was thinking, oh, it's going to be like night, you know, because I like it when it's warm. I can't stand it when it's like humid or muggy. We had a proper thunderstorm earlier. It was only a short one, but I was hoping it was going to have cleared the air a little bit, but it hasn't.
Hello? Excuse me, do you know anyone who can take me to Banges?
I quite like some of the character designs as well, like the
I'm going to see a friend I haven't seen in a long
They've
time.
kind of got like a Borderlands feel, some of the characters have.
I hear Banges is a pretty busy place. I really want to see it for myself, but Uncle Chris said it would take a long time to get there.
Uncle Chris?
Uncle Chris works here as a miner, but he often brings back some interesting things from Banjus for me. I like him a lot. I begged him to take me along, but he always says it's not safe on the road, and he can't take me with him. Maybe one day, when I grow up.
Recording. Suspect, Chris.
I heard you work for Hycros.
Yes, can I help you?
I know this might seem rude, but can you help the locals here? The disease is making all of our lives more miserable.
We're already on it. But to prevent further
So
spread,
you got one upstairs in the bedroom as well.
local people's recent activities.
Absolute lifesaver.
Do you know of anyone who's been to Banjus lately?
Banjus? How would I know? Talking business with outsiders is Mr. Kim's department. I just work the mines. Everyone wanted to come to the mine and make a fortune. Look at us now, broke and penniless.
And sick to boot. Is there anything I can cook? Oh. Fried egg? Some fried egg? So when you're fully satiated, you get like, was it like, did you heal or something over time or something? How do I, how do I scroll through the, eating things as well?
Yeah, that's right, you.
New here, right? Let me tell you, the mines haven't been kosher lately. Supposedly the digging made some local deity angry enough to deliver punishment. I got some talisman here to keep you safe. I'll even sell it to you cheap.
I bought a large static caravan 2 years back. It's like a hot tub. These things. Oh, I know. My mum used to, like, her ex-partner used to have one, Dame Dudley, and in the summer, woo, get hot.
This is a special rune made by Hycros and guaranteed to work. If you're still not sure, I got other stuff I can show you.
Say Rose's mum and dad have got one.
See, this is the latest
I think we might be
drug.
going to stop in it.
Not only can
one
it
of the
cure
weekends,
the
actually,
disease,
the end
but
of
it can
August.
also prevent it. Even the bigwigs in
As in
Banjus recommend
Welsh
this.
Pool, I think, though.
Is this the same drug passed out to the miners recently?
Correct.
I still have gone to
As
stop in
far
it.
as
You
I
do
know,
that.
even Mr. Kim is running low, so might as well stock up.
Why did you sell it in Banjus then?
Well, I gotta expand the business. Anyway, are you buying or not?
I'm wondering why you would sell it in Banjus when nobody there has infected the disease.
Who are you?
Nobody's infected the disease.
Oh, hi, Mr. Kim.
Mr. Kim?
He's done one. Oldest trick in the book.
Mr. Kim, what brings you here?
Yeah, he's doing the oldest trick in the book. what was that? Over your shoulder. The thing I did is selling something proper cheap to get my done. Oh, fair play. Fair play. Because it is freaking hard now.
We can talk this out.
Tell me what's the deal with your drug?
Okay. I did sell it to Banjus, but I'm just the middleman.
Who put you up to this? Is it Mr. Kim?
I wouldn't dare. It's Giggs. Giggs got me to do it for 30% of all sales.
That's good then.
Where did the drugs come from? Why would Giggs want you to sell them to Banjus?
You'll have to ask him that yourself. That's all I know. Not that I dare ask more questions.
I'm warning you, if you dare tell Giggs about this.
I get it. I don't remember having this conversation at all.
Smart. Smart. Yeah, I know Rosie's booked off end of the month, so...
Giggs
hoping
pushed
to
the
maybe
drug
do
to
it then.
Banges, and Mr. Kim seems to be totally unaware, though I've yet to pinpoint the source.
Yo, what's going on, Neil?
So,
Oh, you been
Giggs and
mowing,
Mr.
have ya?
Kim have different ideas, it seems.
You got
We
swamp
should get
bats now.
leverage on Giggs.
You got
that
Betty
will make us more
Swallocks.
proactive. Don't inform Mr. Kim yet. We must have concrete proof first before moving on. I'll check for other clues. You keep an eye on Giggs, and let me know if any news broke.
Got it. You take care.
Dude commented on my video. Not gonna watch the video, but I will answer the question. No, it's not. Wait, what's going on there? I'm going the wrong way.
I'm going up to get some things done. Watch
It was
this
the,
place and don't let anyone inside.
It was the, is Wuthering Waves the best gacha game? Oh, shit. Wait, what am I doing? Am I knock these dudes out? I'm bad, I wasn't paying attention.
Let's follow him. Keep our distance so we're not the fifth found.
Dude saw that time, I was like, I ain't even watching this prick's video. But it angered him enough to comment.
Who goes there?
Oh shit, am I supposed to be sneaking? Wasn't paying attention. I guess I'm supposed to be sneaking, yeah. My bad.
Let's follow him.
Dude, like, what is going on with this guy's footsteps,
Keep
man?
our distance so we're not the fifth found.
It's like we're a little mouse and this guy's like 50 foot tall. I can't wait from evidence to evidence. What's his range? It don't bother me, honestly. That sort of stuff. Because the way I see it, I'm just like, well, I guess the titles worked, I guess. It's done its job in that aspect. You got your ace mine set to 64.
Keep an eye out and report immediately if you see
Oh,
anyone
I forgot this guy was
suspicious.
Giggs. Yeah, I don't think you need to worry about your wife.
Yes, sir.
I think he was suspicious. Did you see him just vanish? You need to watch out for him, bro. I think he's up to no good. Oh, shit. I'm getting these all wrong. I haven't, no. I really should. I really should, actually. I know he's now. Dude, imagine living under this dude. In fact, imagine living within like 100 yards of this guy.
just needs to do it a few more times before I can...
Oh, he's making the money.
Log evidence of gigs taking part in drug trafficking.
Red-handed, buddy.
Again. Guards! Guards! Capture these two!
What now, fella?
What
now?
do you want?
Recording, saving images of jigs, gigs, and stolen goods for evidence.
What are you talking about?
Images collected, sending to Mr. Kim.
No, wait. I swear, it's just that I wanted to make side money for myself. I did nothing wrong.
After the outbreak of miner's disease, a lot of folks in Banjus got fearful they would be next. So the cure sold for a great price.
I think you did do something wrong, didn't you? Selling a
why
full
not seize the
cure.
opportunity? Chris will sell it in Banjus when he makes deliveries, and we split the profit. How wonderful is that?
Why would the drug contain virus strains created by the heirs of Ida?
Virus made by the heirs of Ida?
Don't play dumb and come clean.
I really know nothing about that. My uncle had researchers develop it. I'm only responsible for the distribution.
Where did you get it, and from whom?
Well, it's shipped to South Beach. Thinking back, I had weird feelings when I went to pick it up. My uncle specifically demanded that I pick it up by my lonesome, or the delivery people won't Could they be the heirs of Ida? I swear, I don't know anything. You should ask my uncle.
Keep your eyes on him, Mia. I gotta go to South Beach.
Hey, yo, guys. Quick little, what's-it? If you are watching on the YouTubes, be sure to like the stream. It's very much appreciated. It helps out for the algo as well. Love your faces. Or you can dislike it, whichever way. I don't mind.
Freeze where you are.
Oh, they're all done. I love this skill. Ah, you're a legend. You're a legend. Hey, come on, man. You did not wait around for me, that didn't. Too slow. Oh, you're a boss. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. What am I doing? Hello on the red
This should be the
side.
delivery location that Gig said.
That remind me of like old school Final Fantasy characters I do.
It's a trap. Mind your own business.
Yeah, I really like this fireside. It's cool. What's that? Sea urchin. Howdy hi! Thank you for the like as well, I appreciate it. We got so much content in this game to get through, haven't we? I'm excited about it, actually. I'm looking forward to it. Everybody have a good weekend as well, did you guys? Did you get up to much? Didn't do anything this weekend, actually. Had a few beers on Saturday. And on Friday. And yesterday. Which is naughty. It's very naughty.
You're sharing this with everyone, right?
Yeah, I don't know what I'll use it, mate, really. I guess I'm so used to not using it. Working and resting from working. Really on that one.
I am sorry, but gigs.
Weekend was great. That's good to hear. It's hot, so why not? Right, that's what I tell myself. There's always an excuse. I've had a long day. It's warm. It's cold. We're getting a takeaway. The football's on. We're watching a film.
Lied to us. The heirs of Ida
Because
set
I
up a
wanna.
trap there.
What should we do now?
At least we know Giggs is in bed with them. We should inform Franz at once.
To be fair, like, recently I've been drinking more than I should do, really. Just because, like, I've never been a drinker anyway. Because, like, really, from the age of, like, 16 till 18 months ago now, I used to smoke weed. Like, that used to be my thing. Never really drank. Even when I was young, like when we go out, I'd never really drink. I'd have 1 or 2 drinks, maybe. And, like, I just used to be a weed smoker. But, like, you know, it was beyond the habit, really. I was, like, you know, I was just smoking too much weed. It was more of a money thing than anything as well.
I guess we're all having rotten luck.
Like, I'd smoke 20 quid's worth of weed every single day.
Than that. Also, I got the news that the
heirs of
spending a
few
Ida
hundred
seem
quid a week.
restless on Astra. They're planning something big.
Well, a few hundred quid a month. Well,
you're probably going
sometimes
solo in
even
the
more.
mines. I'm bringing Mia with me to
And,
Astra
like, since
for
I've stopped that, I
investigation.
suppose, like, I've kind of drank a little bit
Can't
more
fight,
since.
but you know the layout better than me, as well as the situation at the shelter. Compared to Astra, I'm actually more concerned about the situation here.
I don't really ever get drunk.
I'm sure Kim knows that Giggs is
Only,
run
like,
by
max, if I'm on a weekend, I'll have,
That's
like,
his nephew we're going to catch, and we need him on board
bottles of
with
lager,
us.
maybe.
Otherwise, it's going to be tough.
Probably works out to like 4
And
or
I'm
5
still not
pints,
sure
'cause of,
where
like,
Mr. Kim
600 ml
stands.
bottle, so.
Demanding Giggs out of him will only
Yeah, I never
exacerbate
really.
our position.
Drugs are expensive for real.
You can try to get him to tell you where
Someone
the
needs to
drugs
work
are
that
being
out so we can get them
produced.
cheap.
If he doesn't want to oppose Hycros, he
Drugs
should
are bad,
relent.
okay?
Since Giggs was responsible for the research and production, follow the trail, and you should uncover the plot. Just be careful.
Please be safe. I will come back as soon
Yeah,
as
but last February was the last time I did it. Can I break this yet? I can now, yeah. Because I got me foil stick. I'm using my bike. Good night.
So sorry, Special Agent. It was my negligence regarding Giggs. I apologize for the trouble he brought you. Most of the drugs given out to the miners have been recalled. I've also assigned personnel to take care for those who took it. I'm so sorry you had to witness this.
Oh, yeah?
I need to sort out the production process, Mr. Kim, and find out why the heirs of Ida
Those
got
shoes
involved.
are lethal weapons.
The batch was manufactured in Area 4, a vital research base of ours.
This dude's gotta be evil, right? He's stroking a cat. That's like evil
Responsible
guy
for the
shit, isn't it?
entire
You know?
Operation there. Who knew my nephew would do such a thing?
Well, them's the rules, isn't they?
Area
If you
4
sit
has
stroking a
now
cat,
severed
you're a
all
bad guy.
ties with us. So it must have fallen into the heirs of Ida's hands. If you're going to investigate the place, be extra careful.
Give me the location.
It's on the top of the mountain. Just take the elevator up to the upper level. My people have confirmed that the elevator
Kind of reminds me of
still
Dr.
works.
Robotnik.
Also,
little bit.
I have a
Don't know why.
presumptuous request. I know the unforgivable deed he has done, but he's my only nephew after all. Please.
I understand. I just want answers. I'll turn Giggs over to you to do as you will.
Thank you for the mercy, Special Agent.
Let's go. Am I gonna... Can I... Will that put me up top? I think it does, yeah. Right, right! Evil doer stuff, that is. Evil doer stuff. And, actually, he does have a cat, doesn't he, in, Austin Powers? Or he gets Mini-Me, anyway. Dr. Evil. I love them films, man. Yeah, dude, the attack animations on this are really cool, actually. Notice the first batch of test subjects from the mines have arrived. District 4 will now get down to researching. Strict access initiated. All trespassers shall be captured and used as tests. Jesus Christ. That escalated quick.
The path is blocked. Something important must be up there.
The hiccups.
Is there another way up? Maybe we should go back and ask Kim.
You gonna make me go back? Really, bro? Am I fast traveling there? Yeah. No. Let's get this chesticle while we're here. Oh shit.
Mind your own business.
Well, I was playing Wuthering Waves and I thought that was an echo. I jumped back on a New World as well yesterday, actually. Got my mount. Because I purchased the DLC when it was on sale a couple of... Well, it's probably in a month or two now, actually. In the Steam. It was in the Steam summer sale? Yeah, in the Steam summer sale. So, what, June?
Mr. Kim, the heirs of Ida have
So we might even do some of that
sealed the entry to
later,
Area 4.
maybe.
Is there another access?
Really?
Because we're getting the re-release spiritual successor, aren't we, in October?
Area 4 was built with confidentiality and security in mind. So it had only one access. Giggs knew that well. But if it's sealed, I'm sorry. But I can only send people to clear it one bit at a time. Or you could try your luck with Hamlin. He might have a way to get you up there. Though, you probably have to grease his palm a little. If he asks for money, tell him to collect from me. After all, I should also be held accountable for this.
He's been too helpful, man.
I guess I'll await your return.
He's got the sort of voice that could tell you, like, bedtime stories to send you to sleep, you know? He's definitely been too helpful. Do not trust the dude. He's a bit of a geezer. I should have done it first before the impression. Sweet, we can do it in midair like that. That's cool. Yeah, grappling's really useful actually. Makes things a lot quicker.
Here you are, finally. I'm bored of the Astrum, so here you go.
I'd like you to do me a favor,
I don't want
Mr.
to play
Hanlon.
with you no more.
A favor? Sure. I'm expensive, though. How much money you got?
Mr. Kim said to put it on his tab.
Really? That old fox is much more cheerful this time. Fine with me, saves me the negotiation. Tell me what you want me to do.
Help me get into District 4. The access is sealed, and I
This
couldn't
game is
find another
completely
way.
based and perverted. I love it.
District 4? You mean that creepy place on the mountaintop?
Easy, easy. I got a flying vehicle you can ride.
Oh.
Now don't touch anything. It's not tested yet, and I don't want you to crash halfway there.
I like a flying contraption. Where? It's over here. Oh, it's another wasp. Where are we going? Oh, it's taking me
Don't
down.
move! I don't care if you fall, but don't break my stuff.
So there's so many different gameplay elements in this game, man. I appreciate that. Like I say, respect to the devs to trying out a bunch of different stuff. It's good to see. Now, this is what I'm talking about. The sort of stuff I want to see in bloody
I'm recalling the drones.
Wuthering Waves. I need to see more variety to the gameplay. Combat loop is great. Exploration's great. Just give me more. You know what I mean? Flesh it out. I want more stuff to do. Give me some raids. Give me some dungeons. And mix all that stuff together in those as well. Bring all those elements together in the raid system as well. I'm gonna drop down there. I'm going down there. Those steps over there.
Finally lost the guards. I should take a look around.
Okay, what happened there? Okay. Okay, my PC is just locked up. What the fuck? That's not good. It's like soft lock my PC. Like I've just got black screens everywhere. Just had to hard start my PC, man, from the power button. Control Alt, son of a bitch. Right, I couldn't even Control Alt Delete, man. Nothing. I just got black screen, total like black. Like on my second monitor as well. Like my graphics card had died. Touch wood. Touch wood. Touch wood. I bet I'm gonna have to start that quest again now, aren't I? Never had a crash like that. Don't say that for real. Especially my bloody graphics card. Fucking 4090. I have to sell a kidney. Boom. Switch over my audio. Restore. I have to do a crash report on that. Curious to see what happened there. So that shit wouldn't happen if you had a low budget 3060 Ti. Give me a second there. A little quick look in the event viewer, actually. You. It's just freaking what's he? Event ID 41. It's probably a driver, yeah. Hey, fuck you. My mum hates them shoes as well. You just don't understand me. Thinking, I'm wondering if my firewall caused that to happen. Terra Fantasy, potentially. Boo-ba-doom.
Authorization success.
Oh, at least we auto-saved. That's cool. Okay.
Finally lost the guards. I should take a look around.
I was wondering if it was a thermal issue, but I just touched the side of my case like after it happened, and side of my case wasn't even warm at all, so it definitely wasn't a thermal issue.
Who's touching the control panel again?
It's Mr. McStompy over here.
You again! Come! There are intruders!
What's with his camera angle? It's a little bit jarring. Oh, dude, I thought he had died again then. I was gonna be like, dude, bro, come on.
Now, if you've seen what you shouldn't have, I'll have to kill you!
See, if he got trainers like my man, he wouldn't be making such a fucking racket. You know?
Solve them while I start my masterpiece!
Yeah, I guess the game just like hard crashed my PC really then. I haven't crashed like that in years, you know, where it's like just full black screen. You know, not like a soft like full on hard lock fucking. One of those crashes where for a moment you're like, oh my god.
I didn't
no.
prepare this
No.
for you, but
No.
you showed up.
Now, but you'll be able to see him from 8 blocks away.
What in the world?
He's had a bit to drink.
Mind your own business.
He's got a bit leglish. Ooh, as well, new games tomorrow. New games tomorrow. A little bit different for everybody who's used to me playing gacha games. Spectral Divide beta is out tomorrow. And early access for Arena Breakout. Anybody knows, I like Arena Breakout. Kind of was playing that daily at one point. A little bit addicted to that game, actually. I would have carried on playing till the end of the beta of that game if I hadn't logged out. I didn't play it for like a week or so. And then when I came back to try and play it, my my chest thing had run out, and then I missed the mail to get the re-up on your chest, and that had run out, so I was fucked.
When you can read the wind, you
Connected to
can
District
predict
4
the
entrance
weather.
terminal. Yeah, whatever. We're going up the ladder, yeah? Like orange sherbet. Sherbet? They are a bit bright, I must admit. They're light as fuck now, man. They're nice, you know, like they're proper, like, airy. Get a breeze on your tootsies.
Freeze where you are.
Where's he gone?
I'll spare you today, but it won't be so easy next time.
This dude's like the midget Gok1 of Terra Fantasy. Did he just rob Mardron? Was that Mardron? Nearly missed that. Nearly missed that. I usually wear my sliders when I'm in the house. I usually hate sliders, but I actually wear my sliders when I'm in the house now. Oh. Hang me in. Ooh, I got one.
What a cool surprise!
Yeah, bye-bye. Let's go. Oh, shit. I thought I could hit my jetpack while I was on it. Not the case. Nearly. Oh, no, I don't. No, I don't. No. Everybody keeps saying, nah, man, trust me, when you get some, they're comfy, man. No. Refuse. I refuse. What's going on, Jetty the Weeb?
Special Agent, I hear that you have not brought my unworthy nephew back with you.
He was taken by the heirs of Ida. I couldn't get my hands on him.
What? He just ran off?
So he has chosen to give up on straightening things out with me and defected to the
Was this guy
heirs
like a
of
bait and switch
Ida.
then? Because he's clearly like the evil dude, looking dude, stroking a cat, looks
Mr. Kim,
evil, sounds
just
evil,
asking, regarding
runs a
the outcome of this
corporation.
matter,
Did I get
have you kept anything from me?
befuddled?
I beg your pardon,
Did I get
Special
baited?
Agent?
I feel like he's still
You
a bad
have
guy.
run here for many years. However, Giggs was able to conspire with the heirs of Ida and secretly smuggle drugs right under your nose. You really didn't notice anything off? The truth behind the outbreak and the miners who were used as test subjects, I don't believe you were completely oblivious to it all. Or could I say that you acquiesced in Giggs' action?
Special Agent, are you suspecting that I, too, am connected
Dude, you look like
with the
fucking
heirs
Robotnik,
of
man.
Ida?
You've got the summit going on. There's summit going on. And you've got a robot cat as well. Have you turned that cat into a robot cat? You know, that's what Robotnik does. You look a bit dodgy if you ask me. Yeah, I prefer Wuthering Waves over Genshin as well.
I'm just a businessman. This mine is all I have. I want to hold on to what I have. There's nothing else I wish for in this world. Hykros, the heirs of Ida. I can't afford to offend either side, so sometimes others have to make certain choices for me and bear the consequences.
Okay, smart.
Not willing to throw in your lot with either side?
You're smart enough to know what I mean. There are some things I just can't say out loud. After all, I know how to manage this mess better than you.
It's probably
Should I tell Hykros the truth?
That's up to you. But if you would consider wording your report thoughtfully, I can provide you with some clues you may be interested in as a thank you.
Oh, hit me up, bro. Hit me
If you
up.
still wish to find out about the people who took gigs, try investigating Wolin Snowfield.
Wolin Snowfield. What a name. I like that name, actually. Oh, Warren Snowfield. Sounded like he said Wolin.
Surprised? As you said, I have been here for many years, and naturally have my way of getting information. But I can't say anything more than that. Walls have ears, you know. There is a small settlement on the snowfield. Carlos, the leader there, is a friend of mine. You can find out more.
They're usually the kind of trainers that I usually wear, like, you know, like
All
Nike
right,
Max.
Mr. Kim. Thank you for the information.
And so I bid you goodbye, Special Agent. I now need to choose a new supervisor.
You ain't a fan then? You ain't a fan of the bright ones, huh? Ooh. Okay, alright, cool. Oh, should we do a few pulls? Let's do a few pulls. Let's do a few pulls. Gamba, 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 gamba. Fresh. Let's get addicted. Let's get a chemical imbalance in our brain. Give me the purple. Give me the purple. Boy trying to swim to rob a bank. Not even a little. They're not as bad as cheek shoes, though. I thought they were rosy, to be fair. You're a prick. Okay. All right. Cool. 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 Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I probably would have preferred like more like I don't know actually. I don't wear them that often, if I'm honest. Probably wear them on holiday. Hey, yo, guys, if you're watching on YouTube as well, drop a like on the stream. It's appreciated. If you're watching, click that like button. Click that like button. It's Yeah, so I can buy like a copy now. Yeah, am I better like can I wait and use that on another banner? Oh shit! Oh. 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 I got more stuff. Oh. Save them. Okay. Ooh.
I don't care where we go. I just don't like standing still.
Just that banner. Okay. All right. Tempting. It's tempting. Anyway, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, I have to call it there. It is 25 to 5. I've got to get Rosie from work as well because she's gone to the gym today. Well, I think she says she don't know if she's up to it now. But I said I want to try and get there for about 5 o'clock. So I need to head out in a mo. But appreciate everybody coming through today, man. I really do appreciate ya. If you haven't as well, guys, quick little plug. Go over to the channel. Check out the video that uploaded today. Even if you don't want to watch it, go drop it a like for the algorithm. It's very much appreciated. It helps out a lot as well. I'm hopefully going to get another video up as well when I get back. Try and go live again tonight. It depends on how quick I get the video up. Probably do that Jeji Resonator Showcase reaction. And then try and get some videos sorted for tomorrow. I will try and get on tonight, though. I'll try and do it now, so I've got a video scheduled for the next day, so when I get back from the gym, I can eat, chill for a little bit before I go live. Give myself a little bit of a break. But anyway, thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it. If I don't see you later, have an amazing rest of your day. Stay safe, all that good stuff, and I'll see you on the next one. Ta-ra.